start recording now. And I'm sharing my screen, and I now learned that I must not look at my screen while I'm sharing it on Discord, because this will lead to performance implications. So hello everybody, welcome to the meetup.
Hello.
No, I just started. I forgot that I just noticed that I forgot to upload the last capture to YouTube. I have to do this. Okay. Maybe we should start with a small animation. So what do we do? Maybe we should showcase this new awesome snapshot thing. I think it's the greatest feature ever. So maybe we start with LineTextPoints. Let's take LineTextPoints here. And today is the 19th or 20th or 18th? 15th. Oh. So 15th. Okay, then we convert this to a buffer. And then we draw some lines. And then we maybe increase the line width. And what do we do with these guys? We subdivide. And then we add some noise. And maybe we animate the noise with this face. Put this into time. Yay. And maybe we increase the font size here. And maybe we increase the yay. And one day we are going to fix this loop problem there, but this is for another day. And maybe we can also switch to full screen here. So I have a bunch of things I can show for tonight, but of course, whenever you have any questions, ask them. That's always the best thing. And then when I'm running out of topics, I thought about just doing a bunch of more skill quests. So I think having more skill quests is always a good idea, and we can build them together. But of course, if you have other ideas, let me know. Yeah, and so maybe we start with the new snapshot thing, because this was my weekend, and I had so much fun with this. So maybe we do some. What can we do here? What does this thing do? So also looks interesting. So I have a live show coming up next week or next Sunday, and for this I have to tweak my my sets, the parts of my set, and I always use these snapshot feature for this, but so far I had to use like the MIDI controller, and it was always a little bit, I don't know, more like muscle memory to set it up, but it wasn't really super intuitive. And then I came across an idea that that I now really fell in love with, and of course nowadays everybody getting lazy, so I also used agent decoding Claude to test Meetup, however you pronounce this, and so yeah, so anyways, let's get rid of these. So so the idea now is that we no longer use the snapshot window, but we use the parameter window, and we can use the parameter window if we have a composition or any op that doesn't have any inputs, because then we have nothing here to show. And so the idea is then that we go through this thing here, and maybe like before this, you always had to do this, like enable for snapshots. But now, like this was a little bit blunt, or like a little bit. Oh, wait a second! I should actually start a. I should start a meeting. Wait a second! I have to go here to start a meeting. I always forget about this. Start event. Okay. So before this, you always had to enable the snapshot for like this whole operator, which would flag all of these parameters as being blendable by a snapshot. But actually, this is kind of stupid because most of the time you are only interested in a bunch of options. And so now what you can do is I recreated this extended this context menu for a parameter here. And now you can basically take a bunch of these. Let's say let's take the size and the color here, for instance. So, and then as soon as you click on the background and you create one snapshot, then you see these guys listed here. And let's call this default. Which means that from now on we can basically go through like, let's say we have like this strength here. Might also be an interesting one. So we put this to there, and then we have the frequency might also be interesting. We put this also there. And maybe we limit this. Wasn't there something? Maybe we can increase the iteration here, and maybe like the threshold, and maybe if we decrease the gap with here, we should actually see the original font a little bit more. So maybe we can have the line width here. It might also be interesting. And then maybe the animation speed here. And now if we click on the background, we see all these parameters being represented. Nick, is it okay if you mute yourself? I think you are echoing me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. And nice to see you. So now basically, like one thing is we can now basically directly from here go through like all these and like tweak them in here, which I think this is already great. Because this already gives us the opportunity to, basically come up with a bunch of different variations how this thing might look. And like maybe like maybe it's like very big, and maybe the color is red, which doesn't do anything. Why doesn't do anything? Probably because we use LineTextPoint there. So maybe we remove this guy here. So we can use the context menu and disable this from snapshots and use this one here, control with snapshots. And then we see that these are nicely grouped, so we can now say, okay, maybe this is orange. And then we see all these parameters that has been changed. So one thing we can now do is we can, of course, revert them to the default. And this is not the default of this parameter, but it's the original snapshot there. But you can also drag here and basically say, okay, maybe I want to have more of this color, so it be more saturated, or you can even like overshoot and go into the negative. Okay, with color, it's not really meaningful, but you could. Or same with here with the limelight, so you can basically amplify the change or like revert it. Most of the time, though, you just want to probably update the snapshot here. And the cool thing is you see that it will automatically create a snapshot there. You can also update this thumbnail. Boop. So to apply for this new thing. And now what we can do is basically full around. So maybe we can we want to have like this bluish thing here. I think maybe we want to have maybe like thinner why is it so dark? Maybe you can increase the brightness here, and maybe have okay, like this is really like the ugliest thing ever, but maybe make it smaller and increase like the line width. Okay, like so ugly.
For some reason, subdivision stretch had a color, and then
The
Yeah.
subdivision stretch has a color.
yeah, it was red, and suddenly it's white.
Ah, you mean like the original
Yeah, forget it.
I mean, we can, let's say we want to create a new, like with this thing, we want to create a new set here, and we can press this plus here. See, like let's call this white. And then with cursor keys, you can jump between these two. You can also click here to basically get these two presets. And then the coolest thing is you can actually blend between them. It's the same as using this guy, but I think it's a little bit more controlled. And yeah, you can rearrange them. You can maybe with this. So like the default thing, we could say maybe update the thumbnail here to make it larger, and then we rename it to larger. And yeah, the idea is basically that with this setup, you can quickly manage your live set. And yeah, I don't know, I really, it's so useful to do this. And eventually, once you maybe like a thin one, once you did this, you can go in here and basically assign how these controls will be represented on your MIDI control surface. Right now I have an APC Mini, and this is like right now they are laid out like this. And since we also have thumbnails, you can even like enable the thumbnails there. It's a little bit small to see, but it's still like better than nothing. And yeah, so that basically this is what this was my weekend partially. I already started with like this guy, activate snapshot, but I think it's still, well, it's like, I think it's not there yet. So like the thing is really probably we need to have execute texture update or something. Execute texture update. Maybe put this then in the commands here, and then we have to. So I don't know if this basically. No. Yeah. Well, you have to basically. Currently, it will only update on trigger, but maybe you can have something like an int animation. Einem int. So let's say we take this guy, we put this into the index, and every time this was hit, we also trigger it. Now we should see this thing cycling through like these presets there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
This is so cool.
Yeah, I think like the I think there will be a lot of stuff where this is coming from. So I think this
That's really exciting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed some of the beginning, so ignore me if this is a stupid question. I was just curious. I really like how you can pick what is exposed to the snapshots. So by default, nothing is exposed, so they won't do anything, and then you add what you want.
Yeah, this is basically the idea. So I mean, of course, so you can do like a lot of weird stuff with this, like and of course you can break your setup, but maybe so okay, maybe we for instance, let's make this like a little bit more beautiful, so we don't have like this super ugly stuff here in the background. So one thing we might want to change is we want to switch different style effects here for these guys. Like, you know, like right now we have the subdivision stretch. Maybe we can actually we don't need a side panel right now. So so one thing you could do for this is we can have a big texture and then just hook this up there and then say, okay, this guy is if it's the first index, then the effect is not applied. If it's a second index, index 1, then the effect is applied. And if we have something, what is like the chromatic distortion, so if we want to have a crazy effect, then we can also apply this guy. And so now you can go in here and say, select this, right click and control with snapshot, then it gets this green indicator here. Now you can click on the background to go into our snapshot view or snapshot control view. I'm calling this right now. And
this view is visible if you haven't got anything selected.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And I think this is great because it gives you. I mean, you don't even have to use snapshots, and it's already useful because it allows you to quickly navigate to these different things here. It's almost like an overview. And
that's great. Yeah.
You know, I mean, this is like a super small patch, but if this patches get larger, it's might be useful. And then you can
awesome.
You can go in here and say, okay, maybe for like this, if this is selected, you know, now this gets a focus frame here. A little bit hard to see in the stream, but no, now this window is like selected. Now this is selected, and now with keyboard left right, I can navigate through this list and I can say, okay, like this smaller thing should have this effect here. Okay, like this is super annoying here with the update trigger. So maybe we disable this for now. So once again, jump in here. So we take this guy, and we can go into you know, pick another effect here. We see, this guy is changed. So this is no longer the default. We can, of course, go back to the default or press undo. Or we can go in here and say we write this to the snapshot. And then now this will be the new default for this snapshot. And I guess if we do this, we should also maybe select these guys and here update our thumbnails so they are matching this thing here. Yeah, and one thing, like currently what's a little bit awkward is that you can't sort or group these. But what I actually want to do is, so I have another set of features that will probably come with version 4.3. And this is if you select something and press this, you probably would say, bless you, say this was, let's say, the post effects. And this is the point generation. And maybe this is the render output. Then the idea is that these groups will be reflected here. So there will basically be a tree and then these groups. So right now, you know, like this would be, I think, okay, we only have this guy here, so it would only be this. But this would then be surrounded by a block. But then you can also build complex trees. So if you group this would be rendering or something like this. And then you would basically get like a tree structure here, which you can collapse and uncollapse and so on. So you can actually restructure your scene to quickly navigate it. Yeah.
That sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this, yeah, and I added this little that button here because sometimes it's also useful to see that I stumbled over this, but oh, why it doesn't have any effect, and then I noticed, oh, it's bypassed. So then I made this little icon there that you can toggle it. Yeah, and especially with this layout, for me, like preparing this APC Mini controller was one of the major pain points. So cleaning up my set, and now this is much easier. Yeah, and here I think like some of you might remember that we have like these live render previews and preview on hover. So now you can toggle this. You can toggle it here.
Nice.
And I think this is also nice. And one thing that is also cool, that if you go in here and say, let's say you have a fast blur or something like this, and this is your output, and you go to snapshot and you have like this live render previews. Now, if you disable it, it jumps back to the original snapshots that you created. This was also like a pain point, that it started to overwrite like thumbnails that were actually useful. And so you could accidentally lose meaningful content there. Yeah, so this was my weekend. But I have to say, I had a lot of fun doing this, discussing with Claude what and what not to do. I think sometimes it's superhuman, sometimes it's pretty stupid. But yeah.
I think it's really useful for a live show.
Yeah, I think so too.
I had a couple of small questions, but
Sure.
I don't want to disrupt the flow. So
There's no flow, so shoot.
okay. Okay, so first of all, I really love this system of mass parameter interpolation. And I was wondering, like, how is this a crazy question? Like, is it like possible to get that feature as its own sort of node, should I say? Like, so the ability to, because right now it's like a global thing, and I'm not even sure what I'm asking. Because like I was thinking it'd be cool to have this effect be like something that can be isolated. So like for a few specific nodes have their own blending parameters. Like and maybe it's probably too granular, I don't know, but like because in Max MSP you've got this sort of system, but it's discretized. So you have like the patter system, and you say, oh, I have this like parameter morphing setup, but I only want to expose these nodes to it, and this setup is called patter A. And so you're kind of making like sub groups of things that can be interpolated, if you know what I mean. I don't know. Maybe this is too extreme. Like,
I mean, one thing you could do is, I think you can nest this by grouping your parameters into a new node. Because
that was the other thing I was going to ask. Yeah, how does it work with things that are inside like a sub node and they have parameters or something?
To be honest, I never even tried to group this guy into this guy, so I'm pretty sure it will not work, which is totally something that should be fixed. So let's quickly try this. So I'm kind of curious by like, I didn't test this. So let's say we take all these guys and we symbol definition combine it into a symbol, and we call this subset might have snapshots. Probably won't, because these snapshots are parameter specific, and these parameters are encoded by the symbol child LDs. And yeah, interesting. You get these little warning indications that the operator is no longer there. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, the mapping will be gone. because this thing now has a new ID because it's in a. But I think this is totally fixable. I just didn't think about the use case. So, and then here the idea. Beg your pardon?
I'm not sure either, like what's like practical and stuff, because I'm like thinking out loud, but I don't know, like.
I mean, like this guy, like, so definitely what would work is so to have basically. So one thing that we could definitely do is to show these guys if you are in there. So this is already working, and this is isolated. One thing that could work also is maybe reduce the blur here a little bit, and maybe we do something big light. It looks a little bit more interesting. So then, of course, we could have maybe we remove all these guys and say, okay, now this is only related to rendering. So we have this is a snapshot, and I don't know, maybe like this guy. And I think you can also Control-Alt-Click. You can go in here and basically say like, okay, this, and this should also be like controlled. And then we can basically come up with a bunch of interesting things here. So, and then we create a new one and say like, this is blobby bloop. I think that we probably no longer need these guys here because they are gone. We can remove them. Remove blobby bloop. No, is our only one, I think. Yes. And so maybe we check out what else there is. And so, just like playing with this is already okay. Like this mid color doesn't do anything here. So let's first let's reset it, and then maybe no longer control it and look at a different color. What is the highlight color? Let's take this guy here. Control. And what does the highlight color do? Can we actually increase this? Okay. And then maybe we create a pink edges. And then obviously one thing is that you can crossfade these two. And then go in here and maybe, okay, maybe I want to have like this, the mix of these two, and also want to have a new thing called crossfade. And I know you can, I think you can hold shift to have like finer control, but you can start mixing in these other things now.
Yeah, so before how you were showing you can move the mouse kind of in 2D and it will blend dimensionally between things based on where they are, like in a 2D space. That would make such a nice because input controller, because like
this guy here.
Imagine instead of having one slider per preset, you could just use two sliders to blend between many presets. Like just by moving in 2D space. Like that could be a really interesting feature as well on top of that. Like, although I don't know how it would work. Like,
so one thing I thought about, like one thing, like I have to get my mind together on this topic. So I'm pretty convinced that I want to get rid of this thing as it is right now. So like this view, because most of the time I have this guy and I can just click on the background to see this, which is good enough for me. I really got used to this control. And if I want to blend, I can have this. And if I want to blend like this, I could switch like like here eventually maybe we could search stuff but we can also switch the view here. And here we also have like this whole blending thing within, so it might be, I think, okay, obviously this is a very, very, very advanced drop-down list, but it's very useful because it just saves a lot of space. And
So in that view, you can do the 2D
yes,
crossfade.
yes,
Nice.
yeah. So like this is the idea that we have a third view here, and this third view would not be, I think, like moving these guys is I think it's a little bit cumbersome, and I never did this. I never constructed like the space because it wasn't really, like the only way you use it is like holding Alt, and sometimes I do this in a live act, but most of the time I don't. With
Maybe for like specific elaborate setup, you might want to do something like that, but it would be like, I don't know.
Yep.
If it was like the position wasn't just your mouse, but it was something guided based on some specific controller input, maybe. Because then, for example, a person could be tracked for walking between specific zones or something like that.
Yep.
But that's a very specific use case. But yeah.
Well, so like there's an algorithm called t-SNE that I love. Let me quickly bring it up here. Where's my browser? Here's the browser. Browser thinking. Never show. So there is this thing, I think it's written like this, t-SNE. And what the thing does is it's a pretty elaborate thing to reduce a multi-dimensional data set into like an n-dimensional data set. And most of the time you want to have a 2-dimensional data set, but it could also be used for 3D or something. And I think you have seen like these examples put the musical styles into on a to-do map, and then you have basically all like the heavy metal stuff in a collection. Or like there's this thing awesome. Here with I think this is like a number set or so. With like, I'm not sure if this is the number set, but there is like the one thing where you have like 0, 1, and then you have like the 1 and the 7 very like almost merging, because like people can decide whether or not they make a hook at the upper edge or something. And so I imagine having like this as a like a landscape thing with a fixed coordinate system. So almost like this guy here, and like where you really have like a precise coordinate system. It's not something, yes, you can zoom in and out, but there is a coordinate system, and this position is 1, 0, 5 or something like this. And so in this special coordinate system, or it could also be in another window, you could arrange these presets, or you could use this t-SNE algorithm to arrange your presets there. And then it would figure out that maybe like these guys are very close together because their only difference is basically the color. And these guys are like a little bit apart because here also like this like the other settings change. And like
that sounds awesome. Yeah. I'm totally into that.
And then basically what would happen then is that you would have like these data points. And then you could move them around. And then there is a clear thing of, okay, I want to sample this position here. And then from this position, basically, you would figure out like the distance, probably use Voronoi or something else, like probably like this guy here. But it's a tricky mathematical problem because it's not defined what happens if you are outside of these final edges. So most of the time you basically blend like these guys.
Yeah, it's really cool, and I think the only thing like is like it's kind of like a global system, and I find that when I make little subscenes, each subscene might have its own weird quirks, and it might be like, and it's like, oh, I might want to set up a preset system, but it's kind of specific to this set or like the specific like scene that I have. And then if I have like another scene, it might not make sense to have the same parameters exposed or something. And like that's why I was thinking about being able to like use it specific to certain things, but I don't know.
I mean, with I think let me quickly let's see if I can find my design specs here. Oh no, go away. Sometimes I think Figma is pretty strange. So slow. Pretty sure why it's so slow. Maybe because I'm recording here, but come on. It's not that much. Okay, while it's loading to the discussions, parameter control window. So I thought, so we could have these, I'm not sure if this is even visible, but in here there are these groups that are like these guys here. Int render quality, init render quality, and this would probably be something like another group. Rendering. And then the idea would be that these would be created by these annotations here. And then maybe this would already be like a structuring that is halfway intuitive. You put everything that's related to like a certain topic into an annotation. And then maybe this guy, or like a similar guy, you know, maybe not active, maybe this would be more like a, I mean, we already have the blend snapshots. But maybe this could be could have a filter to only affect a subgroup of these guys.
Oh yeah, because right now the grouping is just like for visual reference, right, of the structure.
Yeah. But it could be more. It could be like a real logic thing. Especially later, you know, like if you collapse stuff, so it's actually important to like there's a little bit more than visual, so they know each other. But yeah, let's see. I think ideally, my hope is that you know, people start playing with this and come up with new ideas how to do this and how to improve it. For now, I wanted to keep it as intuitive and as fast as possible. That's why so there was a prototype version I did where you basically did this thing and then it asked you about grouping. And, you want to put it into a snapshot. Which snapshot group do you want to put it to? And actually, this was even like the first implementation for a bunch of years. And I noticed that in 99% of all use cases, I never used any of these groupings. So there was only one group, and then I had to do like this. I had to jump through this extra burden. And that's why now I wanted to make it as fast as possible
Okay.
and make it complicated later. Let's see.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think it's a really good approach because I'm asking these random questions, but I'm not actually like. I think it's a really good idea to let people play around with it and see actually what happens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And yeah, I'm like this was like this guy here was one idea of blending snapshots, where you could say, okay, I want to blend these two, and then you say, okay, like I want to mix them like so. And I have to admit, I'm basically too stupid to use this API. So like this is like so cumbersome to figure out these indices of these guys that this is definitely not for me. And I think crossfading two snapshots might work. And then if we only have two, then we could basically have like a type ahead search in this list. But everything more advanced is like a little bit not really useful for me. But what I can totally see is having this coordinate system for the snapshots, and then basically have like a coordinated snapshot blending or something like this, and then what goes in there is a vector too, and then you can basically see how like this blending point is being walking through your landscape or something like this.
But right now you can drag the percentage in this window.
Yeah.
Blend. So what I would love to is to have be able to click on a snapshot and then have a duration of like 2 seconds or 1 second or half a second,
to fade
and then
in there.
it will blend automatically, fade like this.
Ah, nice one.
Yeah, like the switch index thing, but it's got a damp.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Martin, are you talking about a graphical user interface like this one, or do you want to have this as an operator? Or probably both.
First, the graphic interface.
Yeah.
Like at the top, you have those two arrows on left and right to switch from snapshot.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome to have also the same feature, duration and linear interpolation or with easing.
Yeah, should be pretty straightforward. Wait a second. I think I made a design a long time ago. Preset group editing. Of all the controllers that I have, trying to figure them out, like and I didn't add a date here.
I mean, the cool part, if we had operators, you could just plug in some value into the mix, so we can decide based on some animation or some controller input, whatever we want to mix the presets.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like having the operator is definitely the way to go, or it's one way to go. But I think what so let's say like having, let's say we have something like this. I think like for here, like this concept back then was I was thinking about different preset groups. So there's a bunch of operators that are related to colors and a bunch that are related to look, and a bunch like having like switching between effects. And these would be presets or snapshots, a little bit like Ableton Live or something like this. So you could switch on the one, and then you basically get like one scene, and this scene everything is applied. But you can also click here, and then it would also only apply the color of the scene. And so basically you could say click, 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 and then it would switch colors. And what I was thinking back then is that it would be kind of nice to have user interface where, let's say, you hold Control or something to click these and say, okay, like these are like I click a bunch of them with Control, and then I say, okay, what's the action? And the action could be something like crossfade, random pick, jumping around, or ping pong. Like I don't know, maybe like 10 different ways of blending between them. And the other setting would be a little bit like these guys here, and in value. So one would be, okay, what do you want to do? Do you want to have, let's say, like something like this? Why is it not playing? Something like this. And the other thing is like, how fast do you want to do this? And okay, maybe let's say like with steps or something like this. Okay, steps doesn't make sense. Random maybe. And then you could drive this in a video show saying, okay, I let the colors jump every beat, and every 8 beat I want to switch to a different scene or something like this. And then maybe over the next 2 minutes I want to go from rainbow colors to black and white, something like this. And then you basically automate all these things, and then you get some graphic user interface that visualizes what's going on. So I think that the more you automate, the more you lose control maybe, but yeah, this is the long goal, like having like cool VJ automations things.
Yeah, that's exciting. I noticed when you slide one, the others proportionately change, so it's always like, yeah, but then each one can be assigned to a slider. So what happens if you turn all your sliders to maximum? Like, does it just even them out? Like,
if you have any ideas how to do this, I'm all ears. So I had like this thing, like the slider interaction was as much work as everything else combined, because it's like this, like it's like really awkward, and I thought like, okay, like this can't be so difficult. And then also like, like Claude went on tangents, like coming up with like super crazy things of like how to balance them, but they're completely unmaintainable, or like for a human it's not really understandable what was the. And for me, eventually I said, okay, there's one use case, and this should work perfectly, and this is busy. I want to crossfade to another scene. So I want to take this guy, and then I slowly want to crossfade to here. And this must work like without like any me thinking, without like selecting two things. Like this must just work. And And then these other things, like, it might also be like, okay, maybe like they could be, let's say, maybe we build something here. So let's say we have torus mesh, and then we have points on mesh, and then we transform these. We transform these points in point space, and we translate them away, and then we draw a little eagle here. So we combine two lines, pair lines. So this is this guy and this is this guy. And then we draw some lines, and maybe we have an orbit camera, and maybe a fog. Maybe we render this, and maybe have some glow or something. Oh, bloom. We always want to have bloom. So the fog should be stronger. And maybe this offset should be smaller. So, I just want to have like one scene where we can actually experiment with something that is like not completely stupid. Maybe we want to have a little bit effect of how far these things move around. So let's say we have here point on mesh, and then we have select the field or something with SDF here, and let's say here we have a ramp. No, a plane SDF. Here, and I think now we could say this mapping is ping pong. And I think if we decrease the range and say that this guy is actually using the selection, I think we should be able to offset this to get a little bit of effect here. So we put the offset onto time. And let's tweak this a little bit. So if we it looks a little bit awkward. I would have expected something. So like this guy is, maybe we just use maybe use a sphere and move the sphere around. It's a little bit easier to understand. But this guy, and here we have an oscillate back 3 and put this into this guy. Maybe make the range. So we have like some kind of scene. So
that looks so nice.
Okay, thanks. But I mean, it's like, so like to summarize, so like what we do here is, so we take the source mesh, we emit a bunch of points, then we select these points with the distance to this field that's moving around. Maybe Raymarch this field, and we add this into groups, so we see actually what would be the sphere. So we have the sphere here, and this is moving around. Maybe increase the offset this period here randomly, and then from the distance we create a selection, and then we use this selection to move these points away from their center. And this could already be some kind of like a VJ setup. So I guess now what we could do is we start to control a bunch of things. So maybe we control this guy, and maybe we control this guy. I don't know what the rotation does actually here. rotation does nothing, so we don't need it. Maybe we want to have like this camera with this with these guys, so like the how shaky it is. So control with snapshot, and maybe this guy also control with snapshot, and maybe the bloom guy here, like the strength. So, control with snapshot. I think we don't need these guys. I think this was a boring start. Let's move them away. And wait a second. Why did I use the bloom? I didn't. I wanted to use this guy. Control with snapshot, not this guy. So a little bit more like this. And so now let's say we have something like a drop or something, so where we have like some noise from the on the camera. So we can say we have a Perlin noise, and then we add this Perlin noise to the rotation offset. Like if we can increase this thing here and maybe increase the amplitude, we should see some noise coming there. Maybe we increase the frequency. So and so obviously, if this amplitude is high, super annoying. So we go in here and say we create a new preset and call this annoying shaky. And then we blend down this guy and say, or maybe we can also, maybe actually not too shabby. Let's write this. This is also controlled, and in annoying shaky, the wait a second. We also want to rename this come shake. So we now this is the come shake operator here. And then we create another one. Moody calm without any, and with like much less reduced thing. We write this. And now doing a live set, we could do something like, okay, now we maybe we start with the moody calm there. Move this here and this there. And maybe remove these 4 guys down there. Can actually do this here. We could say shift and then slowly going into like, oh, like there's the drop is coming. The drop is coming. No, it's not coming yet. Okay, the drop is coming. Next scene. So I think like this would be like a really nice way of like moving through scenes or something like this. Or even maybe we could even have something like this to have this on MIDI controllers, but then again, I guess without motorized faders, you can't really push the other way down. Yeah.
Cool. So what is the behavior if you have 3 snapshots, 3 sliders, 1 map to each one, and you turn them all up to max?
Well, I think right now, if you hold control, you can actually override it. But it will always normalize.
Okay.
So now what this will do is it will mix them 50-50.
I see.
But you can do what you can do with control. You can actually go into, I think you can go into the negative and you can also go into the positive, like an exaggerated. So, but most of the time you probably don't want to go with Control because it does some very interesting things. Yeah. I mean, it's very early stages, so every feedback will come. Every idea and every sketch is welcome. So I think eventually we want to have this thing is probably a view that should also be in here. So that we can switch between like this view and the list view. And this might be also already be useful for live acts. And definitely I like the idea of automating. And I have to think a little bit about the grouping and having sub snapshots. This would be a hard one, I think.
It's awesome. I really like the new setup. Yeah.
Thanks.
Really nice that you can organize them on the stack.
Yeah, what's happening right now is that it will use so what it does I was thinking about how to organize them. So you can't direct them here because this would interfere with this maybe less shaky.
I mean, the list here, you can put annoying shaky at the top if you want.
Well, you can do it on top. You mean like this thing? Yeah. Yes. You can reorder this guy.
This is already awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense though for the parameters to be based on where the node is in the node graph though.
Well, I needed one way to do it. And it was one, the alternative would have been like a random order, which was before. This, believe me, you don't want to have random because like, oh, what's going on? Yeah. So currently what it does, it prefers stuff that's on the right comes first, and stuff that's further down comes also first. So basically there's a diagonal going through the graph like this. And so if you would move this very far towards the left, then eventually it would go down. So this is basically how it's currently working. But it's not ideal, and it's temporarily until we have the annotation grouping. And one thing that I'm thinking about almost, so we could actually have something like this, is to have a way to disable some parameters for some snapshots. So let's say ModiCam only uses this the cam shake, and maybe there could be like an eye here or here where you can like hide it for this.
I love that. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
This might be a workaround, but it could also be like it gets a little bit out of control, and suddenly you have like Excel in there with like, okay,
that's true.
Like, what's even like, and then you have like this, is this the list, or like, is this the list? And like where like eventually you have, I'm not really sure like what to do here. So
this is mind destroying.
Could be. But yeah, I can only emphasize right now, I'm very open for any ideas. So the earlier you give feedback, the more likely is that it will find its way in there. So right now we have this luxury thing that this is completely, I mean, no, actually this is not true. So far, everything is backwards compatible with the old TiXL version, because all this was already there. The only thing that's new is that you can now select not only operators for preset or snapshot blending, but also like these parameters. Yeah, before this, only complete operators. So this is the only thing that changed. Everything else was already built in, and it's just sugar for the user interface. But yeah, I think this will be great. I think one of the first thing I want to do though is like as I said, I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this guy here. I'm not really sure what to do there. So we now can press Control-Alt-L, and there's the console. So maybe I put a console there, but probably I want to put something like a help window there. I'm not really sure. And
Clippy.
Clippy, yes. Like the AI assistant. Make a nice show. I want to take a beer. Do my work. Be creative for me. No.
Where the automatic blending is coming.
Yeah, points like the automatic blending.
You create different snapshots, and then you click sequence.
Yeah.
So one snapshot after the other, and
yep.
Out sequence or blended.
Yep. Totally doable. I mean, like, I think like, so one thing that might be interesting already is, so let's say this would be a live set, and then we want to have we want to build upon this effect to make it interesting, so it lasts for like a bunch of minutes. Then we could say, okay, we have this, we definitely need different colors. So the nice thing is that we can actually blend gradients. So we could actually, we can't blend the number of steps here. So you can only blend gradients that have the same number of steps. So let's say 2. So let's set this here. Let's go into make this blendable. Control-Alt click into the gradient here. Actually, I think I have to take note because this is a little bit awkward. Like you click here, but you don't really see what's already there. So maybe this should only be, it should be on for things that's already blended, like snapshotable, and maybe half faded for things that is.
Or make it a different color.
Yeah, or different color. But the green color is the new snapshot color. So the green,
that's fine. Just a different highlight color
or
outline.
Yeah.
So we can still see it.
Yeah. But so if we jump back to our snapshot control view, here it is. And it will write it as default for all these guys. And actually there's a live preview here that we can hover, and we see that both look similar. Then we could say, okay, maybe we have these guys. Maybe we add another one here. So we take the moody, calm. Maybe we also take the distance here for the fog. Make it snapshot controllable. And then we go in here, and then we take the orbit camera distance also. Target distance, controllable. And then we could say, okay, we build a new one where we are very far away. Maybe the fog distance is a little bit higher, so we see a little bit. And maybe the transform point is like something very abstract, so something like this. And when we create a new thing here, call this distant. And probably, I'm not really sure if this is actually using I think this is using this position to sort this list. So if I'm moving moody calm to the right to the left, then it's sorted in here. And now if we could mute certain parameters, we could say, okay, let's take this guy and make it make the bloom some weird color here, dark. And we create a new thing, call this blue distant.
Instead of muting it, you can lock it.
Inside this here, the parameter, you mean?
Yeah, it would be. So you can, if it would be locked, then you could switch to other snapshot, and you keep this gradient.
Ah, interesting.
It's a kind of mute, but not muted, but.
It's also an interesting thought. So it will this will be like a global mute, a global snapshot mute, not for this one snapshot, but for all snapshots, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
Because if it was locked, so you can switch to other snapshot and keep this gradient.
Yeah, interesting.
I'm thinking about the group system you were talking about, like how if you can group parameters, then you can, like you said, potentially only affect them or like do stuff with the grouping. And then I was thinking how you were saying like the grouping would be like spatial in the node graph, depending on what's in a specific visible group. But then what if instead of that it was more like a layer system? So if a parameter belongs to a layer, that could be somewhere in a subnode or in another upper node. And any parameter that belongs to like a specific layer maybe could be like have its own preset system. Because I'm just trying to think how I would like, because in my setup I have, like I was saying, like subscenes, and they have their own unique like visual styles and like parameters that are specific to that scene. But like I can also make them all have semantically the same controls. So like all scenes have something like a glow, something like a speed or whatever. Like, but you might want to still control the blend for that scene specifically. I don't know. Maybe no, sorry, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
very, very interesting.
Because yeah, if you had layers, then you could kind of you could get all the parameters. Like maybe it's just the same thing as groups. Actually, what I'm thinking, I don't know, layers, groups. Yeah.
I mean, one idea that I just got from the thing from you rambling was that so let's say, I mean, obviously, I have to take some notes here. Sorry, otherwise my lousy brain will forget everything. Bring the editor. My computer is so fast again. So one thing. So we are talking about snapshot system. So we said that I'm pressing backspace. What's what the, I don't know what's going on here with my, this is the same thing again, Discord with my recording here. So toggling with Control+Shift should, we don't need a headline for this, should indicate nope. I can half fade it if not already active. And I had, and we had like this other thing. This is actually more critical when combining a selection into a new symbol variations and snapshot control parameters should be kept alive for new child symbol child IDs. Okay. So one thing that I would definitely see is so didn't we have this might have snapshots, right? So this guy. So we only have one snapshot here, so let's create a bunch of snapshots. Whatever this does. And what I totally see is that this window could expose the snapshots that we have here. So that you don't have to go in there to basically play with them.
Yeah.
And this might already might be super useful. And then I wanted to integrate this new keyboard shortcut thing, where if you are on a graph and you press 1, then you jump there. And if you press like with Control 1, you basically set these things, and this will help you to quickly jump between these and select them. And so I think this would already
have something like that already.
There's something like this already, but it's super cumbersome. And I think I want to make this global.
Nice.
So that if you are hovering over this, or if this, I'm not really sure if hovering or focusing, this I have to think about. But I definitely want to have the same system for times. Like having like timeline markers, and these timeline markers could have these keyboard shortcuts for graphs, but also for things that are pinned to the output. Because I'm also using this all the time, and then you can basically say, okay, I want to 1, 2, 3 quickly switch between different parts of my scene I'm looking at, or different parts of my graph I'm looking at, or jump to different times I'm modifying. I think this might be super useful, and might be something consistent that turns into muscle memory, and then can use it super speedily. And
we have bookmarks.
Yeah, that's where the like numeric bookmarks with this beam. And so this would already enable you to go in, quickly jump to this guy. Let's say this would be a different scene, or maybe this would be cross-faded or something like this. So this, and then these would be grouped under target, maybe. So maybe with additive. And this might already be like a quick use case to go in here and then say, okay, I'm blending between like these two things to control like certain things. But it would. I keep coming back to this idea that you do a bunch of things, like you select a bunch of these this and this, and then you enable some kind of auto transition mode. You like randomly keep jumping between picking one of them. or crossfading between one of them, or like cycling through them. And maybe somewhere there would be some indication of, hey, there's a live action going on or so. And with this, you might have the layering stuff, because you could basically create you could nest a bunch of like post-processing effects, color grading, glow, and so on into like nested operators.
Yeah.
And create a bunch of presets only for the post-processing queue.
Yeah.
Go and click this thing and say like, okay, now click this. And then maybe there's an action MIDI blend crossfade for like 20 minutes. And then you let it go, and then you do some other stuff and like automate other things.
Totally, because then you have like this crazy stacking setup where, yeah, because if it's like super global, then you're adjusting things that you're losing sort of versatility. Whereas if you have like snapshots for your post-processing pipeline, and you have snapshots for general 3D effects, etc., then you could automate them and blend between them, and then they would make crazy new combinations. And that really appeals to me, that kind of approach.
Interesting.
And that's kind of layer based, I guess, in a way, but not, because they're not really relevant to each other.
That's the cool thing. They are, I mean, with layers are difficult, because they have an order and stuff. Whereas like if they are running in parallel, then they don't have, I mean, obviously it is a layer, because first this thing is being rendered and then the post effect or something like this. So there is like there's an order, but I think it's easier to get under control and to understand. And I somehow like this idea that there is maybe a new window that it's called live mixing or something like this, like where this is where you queue these kind of things. And would be kind of powerful. Yeah, I think it would be really really kind of cool. And then one thing that might also be interesting. So right now we have. So I don't know why Bloom doesn't have any presets at the moment. I always thought I created a bunch of things, but let's say like these, like the Orbit camera, it has a bunch of presets, not snapshots, but presets, because for this is a library operator, and a snapshot goes in an operator and modifies the inside, whereas a preset modifies the parameters. So this is the difference. It's kind of a subtle thing. Like internally, they're using the same way of modifying things, but so a snapshot basically goes through multiple things, and basically the snapshot, like these snapshots, are defined for the playground operator, and they modify the playground operator. So if you apply this thing and save, it saves. It saves that the current distance to the target is 6, and this will be written into the file. Whereas if you go to the Orbit camera and pick close up, then the Orbit camera operator will not be, the symbol will not be saved. Its instance parameters within the playground will be saved. So this, like the preset, will modify the composition where this operator is being used in. Kind of head scratching, but yeah, I don't know how to explain this easier. But yeah, but we could totally, since it's a similar system, we could have something. Let's say there could be a color grade, and then we could say, okay, like this, or like with shift this, and this. And then there could be like an action, like what kind of transition effect you want to do. You cue it and you say with this beat, and then off you go. And basically do like this color transition thing. And probably, I think I had like these. I thought about like these kind of like this was the thing I was thinking about. Like once it's running, there might be what are the staging it's going through, and then maybe the speed is going through, and like the transition line. Maybe there should also be an icon whether or not this is a one time or it's endless or 3 times. I don't know how we do this, but yeah.
It kind of feels like that going into the direction of a performance interface with buttons, sliders, or widgets that you can control that are kind of decoupled from the VMware of your whole graph.
I think probably it should be both. So I think for everything there should be operators if it's possible.
Yeah.
But it would also be great to have nice UI. Because I'm using, why I'm performing, I'm using the UI to do stuff. So why not use the UI that's there to control it? And of course, okay, you might have an iPad or something with Touch OSC, and then you want to send these commands into some kind of graph structure. But I think it should be both.
Every time you want to adjust something, you would need to change both places. It's super nice to say, yeah, I'm changing something and it's automatically updating in the performance UI.
Yeah. I'm honestly, I just don't know. So
yeah.
And I mean, the only thing that I can say is that like features that I spent a lot of time using get more love. Like for like this, like like the infinity slider, for instance. Like I'm using this all the time, so this gets it's very refined because I think okay, like this there needs to be better snapping or whatever. Like it gets a lot of care because if I am not liking it, I'm improving it. But certain features that some people ask for, I might not use, and then it's not getting as much love and care and feedback. So that's why it's important that either I'm using it myself, I'm enjoying it, or you give me feedback. So, but so yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like, because this is like a big global system that's like, yeah, it's not controlled through nodes. It's like in your main interface. It's not like in a modular sort of approach where the system is an effect that you can kind of deploy yourself in a way, like, so it's more, it feels like a bigger decision to decide how to implement it, right? Because it's going to affect everyone, and maybe it will be changed. So
yeah. I think that I'm more concerned about the data model. I think the data model is always the thing that is the hardest part, because so what I mean with the data model is let's say we come up with the idea that we want to change this position here. So we need some kind of index to organize them. This would introduce a new index, and it would be a new field. So you couldn't, like, if you would use this, you couldn't go back to an old version to import this operator, because the old version doesn't know anything about this operator. So sometimes we can say, okay, you can still load it and it will not break. Like this is 99% of all the cases you can actually do this, and you will lose some information and it will not break. But if you then open it again with the new version, like the information will be gone because it will not, the older version doesn't know how to write it into the data format. And the worst part is if you make the wrong decision there, it's getting very painful. And if you don't make any decisions, then you can't move forward. So you have to make decisions, even though you know it might not be the perfect one. And now this is the pain you have with like this whole new alpha versions, and the projects move into new directories and so on, because we made a bunch of, we didn't think it through. And so like the only thing where I'm concerned a little bit is this whole animation. What is this automation? What is this thing? Does it belong to the playground? Does it belong to the project? Is it an extra operator that has parameters? Then does it mean if I do something here that somewhere on the graph an operator will be created? Does it need to be connected? Like these kind of, these will be the hard questions. And they will be hard because it's not hard to create them. It's hard to tell people, well, sorry, you built all your projects, but they will no longer work in the next version because we changed our mind and now we switch from operators to something else. So this is where I'm struggling sometimes. But yeah, it's I think it's it will get there. Can I actually do this? Why can't I do this? I have to enable it too. Oh, I need to leave this guy. This needs there. This needs there. Okay. I can yeah, maybe I can show some other stuff I've been working on. And if you
should advertise for the test new feature thing.
Yeah, like the new feature thing. So I showed it quickly at the last meetup, and I think I will probably show this every time from now on, because I think it's one of these things that turned out much better than I expected. Other than most other things I do. So there's a new window, and there are two ways to get this window. One way is through development tools, guided feature tests, or even better, there's a new welcome tool here, welcome to alpha. And if you are checking out the Git commit, or if you are like the on the main branch, or if you are using the nightly build, then you probably will be presented with this window, and then you can, this will be on by on startup. And the reason I did this is Martin convinced me that it's super damaging to use the preview version in parallel to the stable version, because then the preview version will write into your projects and probably modify stuff that gets up, like there will be a version hiccups and so on. So the way this now works is that every time you have this alpha version, it will, let me quickly bring up my browser here. Not my browser, my file browser. Then it will create a new folder. This folder will be the name of the version that we are currently working on, that is in alpha, with this alpha prefix. And it will create this from scratch, so that will be completely empty. And then you can import your projects in there or your settings in there. Otherwise, it will be a completely blank experience. And the other thing that will be in there is app data roaming tortoise. Like this folder will also be created so that your original settings will be left alone. And the original settings are in TiXL. So ignore, like if you have this guy, this is now obsolete and nothing will be written in there. So there's only this guy and the alpha folders. One thing that I'm trying to do now is, or you might have, I showed this a little bit last time. So we are heavily relying now on Markdown formatting. So we have this new thing where we create Markdown files, and with Markdown files we actually have links, so we can click on something and it will open it. Or useful. Yeah, you can go in here and then it will show the Discord server if you would expect it. But you can also write Markdown with this square brackets, and this will basically give you like links into the library. So you can click here and then it will show you, okay, they did something with the video clip, and then you get the video clip there, and then drag it there and like take a look at what we did with the video clip. And so there's already a huge accumulation of new features. So the next version will probably come out in a bunch of weeks, not months, but weeks, because I want to start with version 4.3. Now the important feature. So this is this thing here. Test new features. Okay, like this escalated quickly.
Oh my God.
So the thing is that for a lot of things, I'm using ejected decoding nowadays. And I want to be clear. So there's basically no commit that I'm not reviewing, and most commits or like most proposals doesn't make it the first time. So so most of the time there are, let's say, 2 to 10 changes I request before accepting a commit, because I'm reviewing the code and so on. So like it's not vibe coding, but it's AI assisted coding, you could say it. And yeah, so anyways, the good thing is that it drastically increases development speed. And one of these outcomes is that now we have manual test cases, and these are the manual test cases. They are sorted by time. And so for instance, we have the portable audio device. It's a new feature. It's related to audio, and you can tick it, and you can, hey, what does this feature do? And then it will say, okay, like there are 10 steps to figure out what this feature does. Portable audio input device. Open the project play settings gear icon in the timeline toolbar. Okay, check. Specify settings for project. Okay, we did this. If needed, then set the audio source to external device. We have external device. Expected results, the external device control appears. Sync mode, BPM gain, and so on. Yes. The input device dropdown reads default audio input. Yes, it does. Success. Step 2. With input device still on default audio input, look directly below the dropdown. Default device. A second dropdown label default device is shown. A hint explains it is stored per machine and keeps shared projects portable. Stored per machine? Okay. Actually, I think this is actually bad. This should go into the question mark. So I should change this. Success. And then you can basically go there and basically let's jump back here. So we see that we have 2 of the 6 steps we passed. And if you would do these tests and share the results on Discord, it would be insanely useful. Because,
Really cool.
I mean, the one thing is, by doing this, you literally see every single thing that's changed in TiXL, like you know, including every single keyboard shortcut and options and nick and like you know, like the small little hooks and so on, bells and whistles that you might not even be aware of, and that wouldn't make it into like the documentation. So this is basically a manual acceptance test. And the idea is that, okay, one thing is, of course, that it makes new features a little bit more discoverable. It's more like a guided tour. But the actual purpose of this is that when creating a new version, the idea is that we do all these tests, or I do all these tests, before saying, yes, it's working.
Yeah, that's
like,
really cool
to
idea.
avoid regressions.
I really like it.
Yeah, thanks. Yep. So, yeah, and then basically we added like this, you know, like now everything is Markdown formatted and so on. So I think it's great. I love this Markdown thing.
What is interesting is when you have a step that you don't understand, you can add some comments. You can, then the report will have your comments inside. So.
Yep. Eventually,
how does that work? Like you write a comment and it gets.
I mean, like basically, let's jump back into this guy. So we start this again, and then we skip these 2. And then you can say, let's say you don't understand, like, you know, the input is not there, you know, because for some reason or let's say we can bring back our to-do list. Make it smaller and type into the crappy Electron app that in composition settings, the hint under default device should be shown with a icon. So when we do this, this will no longer be there, but it will be here, and then the test. I mean, most of the time, like Claude will update the tests, so they should be up to date, but sometimes maybe not. And then you can go in here and say like, can't find it. And this will be good enough because it will be in the context of this step. And you can say fail. Or you can say like, what do you even mean? Let's say other. And then basically if we jump through the test, so like this is the test result, like two things we skipped, and then we have like these 2 things. And you copy the thing as the Markdown, and basically this is what you would paste into Discord.
Oh, I see. So it's to help you generate like a report of the thing, like, and then you can send it yourself.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Does that include the version number?
I think that the version, you are so right. Let me write this down.
Sorry for tripping.
Yeah, I know, this is perfect. That's why
That's got some extra info as well.
the guided feature test result Markdown export should include the TiXL version number.
You can add the step number.
Yeah, and then basically, I think somewhere else I already wrote down your comment like about the formatting, so I already had to have this in there. Let me quickly check whether or not, I think there's a copy JSON here. And I think what actually is my plan, so like in the JSON, it's a little bit better formatted, and there's the app version here. And actually the idea was that there's an option to send this to some kind of cloud storage, something Superbase or so. And this is where I got stuck because of privacy and data stuff. And there are a lot of fringe cases that you might not be aware of. You know, some people, for instance, somebody might post something and accidentally put in a screenshot with, I don't know, like with a private project he was working on or so. I don't know, maybe he was working for something like fans only or so. I don't know, like, you know. This, so so my first instinct would be, okay, whatever, I'm like, this public data, so you explicitly here you press like some kind of like submitted online or so, and then there's like, hey, this will be private data, don't like this will be public data, and then if you do this, then if you open this thing, it will fetch these guys, and you will get like all like the tests people made, and then you maybe can filter for statuses and so on. But yeah, this is the problem with AI now. They like, it immediately finds like tons of loopholes why this doesn't fly. Not on a technical basis, just on a data privacy protection thing. And where's the public secret? What's with the API key? Then you have to deploy it. And you need a server and a backend, and you need load balancing, and like all these kinds of things. Suddenly, if you have cloud data storage, things get super complicated. So I think, oh, this sounds like work. I'm here to have fun. Let's do this later. But yeah, this is the idea. In long term, it should be some kind of, there should be a means to collect these things, and then basically have something, let's say, one test run that needs to be fully green before we deploy a new version. This would be ideal. But yeah, long way off.
I really like it. Nice, very cool idea.
Yeah, thanks. Give it a test and post your results. And by the way, if you post your results, you can already go in here. And if you are totally confused, or let's say we start this thing here, then you can always click this button here. I click this button, and a new Electron app will open. This time Typora, and maybe we switch here to how do we close this? What's even going on? Like, wasn't there I'm such a noob. I haven't used this for here. Yeah, so basically then you get basically the test, and you can go directly in there and edit it, and so it might be super useful to, if you find a typo or so, just to fix it.
Cool.
Nick, you were saying?
Your stream quality seems to be quite low, but I'm not sure if that's on my end.
It's crazy bad.
It's crazy bad?
Yeah.
It's the audio quality or the
video?
Video is crazy bad?
Yeah. Kind of okay, but it's not a total nightmare, but it's bad.
Okay, I think this might be related to
Definitely it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think right now, no, it's good or bad.
Yeah, now it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I mean, let's see how it's going here. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this. Maybe I can disable the preview here. Maybe this will make it a little bit faster. Okay. So let me know, like, if I'm dropping out, then I will pause and do something else. So yeah, maybe we can quickly talk about video editing, because I think video editing is one of the new things that I've been working on. And I think it might be, I think it's cool. So
I think I missed some stuff before, like, because you're saying something about FFmpeg? Have you changed the whole video system?
I have changed the whole video system for playback. There went some work into this, separating it a little bit, and so there were a bunch of PRs that I have been looking at. I also did some research. I discussed with this maybe half a year ago with some friends working at Ventus, and how to do this. And then, of course, we could build on Haas incredible work on the audio engine. And so the main reason why I wanted to do this, I want to edit the next release video with TiXL. So I want to use TiXL to edit videos. And this is my main motivation here. So because I'm so picky with timelines that I hate working with Resolve for video editing. And the problem is right now you can't do this because okay, like this, I don't know, can we actually look at this thing here? No, we can't. Oh, we can. So before this, you couldn't really work with videos because if you jump to a certain position, let's say this position, so my test was always, so let's take a sketch here. Here's the sketch. So let's say we have like this position here, like where this guy is here. And I was actually working on a project doing tracking on videos. So like jumping back to this position just didn't work. You know, like it was basically there was always like there was like one frame offset, either with seeking or when you play this back. Basically, it was just not correct enough. And the reason for this was Media Foundation. This was the library that we have been using so far. And with Media Foundation, you couldn't press play without a frame delay. So if you started playback, so here for pressing L, then you would send this message to the video engine, and then the video engine would start thinking, and then a bunch of frames later, it would start the playback. And there was just like, I spent a lot of time working around this, but I couldn't. And it wasn't made for this. And now we can use FFmpeg and the demuxer of FFmpeg to do this. So we can preload and we can more be in, hey, this is the time, what is the frame for this time? And this works much better, much more precise. And so this was the reason why we did it. Now it gets much more complicated. So for editing, I wanted to have something where I can edit like you would edit in Resolve or in Premiere Pro or something like this. So, and then, yes, you could, obviously, you could take this guy and put it somewhere. No? Okay, then let's say you take this and you start cutting. Then you suddenly have like a bunch of clips, and then like, what do you even do now? Of course, you can. There's a new feature, by the way. Control+Shift+D. It duplicates with a connection. Might be super useful. But anyways, we don't want this. We want this. So you could do this. And then, by the way, like Control+Shift+D. Isn't this cool? I don't know. I think it's very cool. So anyways, so this is the most inefficient way to do this, because now you have 3 video players, and so all of them would be active. So like this is, and then you have a texture here that is basically retained, even though it's no longer being used. And the way I implemented this was, there is a new operator called VideoClip Player. And one thing you could do is you could pin these guys there, connect them there. And this would do this kind of thing. So it would make sure that eventually this thing gets discarded. So if you go very far away, eventually we would see this frame dropping out and the video player being freed. So to save resources. So I think we could have, as far as I know, we could have many of these. Didn't really test this. So maybe I should have. I think we should have. And then if we play these, this should actually work. And eventually we will see that a bunch of these video resources will be freed again. It will, I think this thing will also do things like caching. So if we move forward, it will try to look ahead and read these videos in advance. And yeah, it will work with like playing forward and backward as good as it can. So yeah, let's see how this goes.
What does it do if you have two in parallel? Does it blend?
Yes, it can blend. So if you go to this guy, so this thing will look at all the video clips, and it will check the order. So it will first render this and then this, and then you can actually crossfade them here. So it will be really like hopefully like a proper blending here. And yeah, let's see how well this works. Right now, I see a bit of frame drops. I don't know why they have frame drops here. Maybe has to test more. And one thing that's also nice is if you shake this off, you can use the auto collect feature, which would go through the timeline here and basically collect every time clip there is, and then just like it's actually the first time in TiXL that we have this, that there is a connection with auto connection. But this reconnecting thing was like so annoying that I thought like, okay, it might be good to have like a smart way to do this without the need to connect things. And then my hope is that we can still have a bunch of clips here. And then if you would need to do something like color grade or so, honestly, I don't really know if we can actually do this. No, we can't. So, or maybe you can. I mean, this looks color graded. Oh no, wait a second. We have to look at this guy. Yeah, I don't know. I have to obviously I have to work a little bit on this thing. I think like this bridge doesn't work yet. To look into this. Yeah. You had a
Look at
question?
the auto mode. It will look at everything on this layer, on this level. That is a video clip and add it in the timeline. And the order will just be whatever you had previously set up, or if you haven't set anything up, it would.
The order will be it will use the timeline position here, so it will go from bottom to top.
Okay. I'm like, this is super new to me, so I'm extra yeah.
I mean, I would be surprised if it wouldn't be new for you because this is a week old. So
like just the clip, the video. I guess yeah. Sorry, yeah, no, everything, yeah.
So let's see. Where this is going. So the same thing is so maybe let's talk a little bit more about like this video clip thing.
Yeah, what are those orange lines that are connecting up to the
so eventually they will go away. But the idea is that you can imagine there is like the original position of this video clip was from here to there. And we are not using all of it, so we cut it. So like this visualizes the subsection on the source feed, but like it needs to be hidden. I think Martin already complained a bit about this. Hide source connection reference lines in timeline.
But now that you say it, though, it seems quite useful because you'll know. Although I guess you don't know what the true length of it is, so they don't help that much.
Yeah, I think it might be more useful to visualize. Like if you select this, then you see like a small shadow or so. What's the extent of the clip that what's the flash that you could use? But yeah, let's see. So there, as far as audio is still not working, so I have to think about the audio integration. So this will be a major task. I didn't need it so far, but yeah, if you need it, let me know. Then I will push this forward. One thing that is important though is like this this playback performance, and so my current approach is the following: that we have a video engine that is similar to, it's like very close to the audio engine. So it will retain a pool of these players, the FFmpeg play devices. And it will also retain a pool of memory that it can use to store video frames. Currently, this is hard-coded. It will use 1 GB of video memory or of memory to store frames, previous frames. And this allows you to, like, if you scrub forwards and backwards, it works surprisingly well without seeking, because it cached the previous frames. To do this properly, you have to decode the file on the CPU, take it there, leave it there in the CPU memory, because CPU memory is much more plenty than GPU memory, and then upload it to the GPU. For most videos with full HD, this is just fine. But if you want to go higher res, this is a detour you don't want to have. And for this, let me find some videos here. We have videos. This might be tricky. Video. Okay, here's a video. So I'm just dropping this video in here. So the nice thing is you can now decide whether you want to drop something on the graph or onto the timeline. So if you drop this into the graph, if we take this huge video, so this is big. I think if we open the asset browser, so this is a big file. So it's 200 megabyte here. But we can take the same thing and of course also drag it in here. And this is now another video clip. So like a live performance here. And you can switch from fast seeking to playback performance. And this will be way faster because it will use GPU decoding and directly converting via compute shaders to a texture that is being used. And so, of course, I'm not really sure what's going on here with Discord and OBS recording the background. But on my notebook, I tested a bunch of 4K streams and I could play, I don't know, like 6 or so 4K streams in parallel without a hitch. So this was actually it's pretty nice.
So the difference is fast seeking, it means you can scrub them nicely.
Yep.
Playback performance means you can play really heavy, big files, but you shouldn't try and scrub them.
Yeah, if you, I mean, you can still scrub, but it will, depending on how it's being encoded, it will take a while to find it.
Okay.
So, and if you do like things like jumping back and forth, it might depend on your use case. So
Okay.
I'm not really sure where to.
One uses VRAM, one uses normal RAM.
Yes.
Is that a more simpler way of looking at it?
Yes. Yeah. But the fast, like the playback performance, it uses the FFmpeg built-in caching. And as far as I know, the decoder has its own set of video frames for decoding, I think 20 or something. And this you can't change. This is just how FFmpeg works. So it does a little bit of caching on its own. But yeah, for normal playback, I think this works much better with this mode. And the great thing is now it's FFmpeg, so a lot of format support. So now you can load MK3s, AV1, hub, all kinds of things. So which is of course great. And what I actually have in mind is so for, let's say, I guess like half of the requests that we get related to video is the video is slow and it doesn't seeking is too slow. And like, well, do you know how it works? Have you tried with your normal video player to seek? It's just video seeking is like I think the default group of picture size is 250 frames. So this is, if you code a video like 250 frames, what is this? Like 3 seconds or something? That is, if you click here and this is the next keyframe, then literally it has to go into like moving back into this keyframe and then decoding 150 frames or so to get to this time. And this is what takes so long. So now what I'm thinking is that there could be user option that if you drag in a file, then the first time you do this, TiXL will show you a pop-up dialog and saying, well, this is a horrible encoding. Do you want to seek fast? When you say yes. And then it will go in a background job and re-encode the thing and put a new file in parallel to this, calling it fast playback or something like this. And this will be re-encoded with a smaller picture size or hub codec or something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it switched this invisibly in the background, it will just like switch the asset, automatically switch to the fast encoded thing, and then you can seeking is for free suddenly.
Maybe you don't need to make that be like your job. Like you don't have to like, because I don't know. It seems like you're taking on this responsibility of like.
Yeah, but nobody, like Nick, believe me, nobody cares. So I explained this problem to so many people. Nobody cares. Like they just want to play their videos. They don't care about video formatting and like group of picture sizes and so on. And even if you tell them, well, just use Handbrake, it's for free, or use like even like to install FFmpeg is a pain in the butt. Just to find where to download it is a pain in the butt. And
that's not true. It's easy to download it.
Really?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh no, it isn't.
Not that it's not.
It isn't. Here, install FFmpeg Windows. You can't tell me that this is fine. So
it's not the best experience in the world, but it's not so difficult.
Well, like,
Oh yeah.
so like okay, like if I'm telling my sister or like a friend of mine, hey, just go here and download it, and they land here, like they are like, okay, what's going on? I click here. Oh, I get the source code. Okay, maybe I don't want to get this.
Everyone that wants to get FFmpeg, the first thing they want to do is download the source code, of course.
And then they go here and what's even going on here? What does this like?
Yeah, okay, I admit it.
I challenge you with like downloading and installing.
The Windows icon.
And even if you do this, so what's
.exe file. When you click the Windows icon, it's just the two buttons below.
It like moves your screen. It doesn't like.
Yeah,
but I can see how it confuses a lot of people.
So like so what else? So where do you have to click next? So if I'm clicking here, it's scrolling somewhere.
Up.
Below?
There's written Windows exe file. It's the tool link that is under Windows exe files.
Windows exe files.
The top of your screen, top left.
These.
Those two links.
He's trying.
But okay, now you have like these two. So you go here, and what next? So like you can't tell me that this is like
from the top to the bottom, not to read from the center of the. So scroll up. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's confusing. I admit. Okay, it's bad experience.
I think this is the worst experience ever. And then I went through this a bunch of times. Like every time again, I like, how do I actually like now and then you have downloaded, but there's no installer. Like how do you install it? You just have to unpack it into like an executable and then have to set manually the environment variables. So I think
usually I just download the zip and I unpack it and then
and then you run it locally. But yeah. So it's a great tool. Interestingly, I just listened to the Lex Friedman podcast with the interview of these two people, and I was like chuckling because every time we want to make it so easy for people to use complex technology, like Really? What? If you look at your homepage. But anyways, so I think like doing this is maybe like the problem is not like this background automation thing. This is maybe like a bunch of hours of work. The complicated thing will be to download FFmpeg. Like there's a GPL version, and this GPL version can't be bundled with TiXL because TiXL is MIT, and the decoder is lesser GPL, so this can be bundled, but not the encoder. And but we need the encoder for Linux support, so we need some means to download and install it anyway. So if we have this, then we can have the re-encoding stuff for free. So yeah.
It'd be cool to have like a video clip node that lets you put in custom FFmpeg code stuff, because I know a lot of people like to muck about with that kind of stuff.
Ah, interesting.
Like you can do so much crazy stuff with FFmpeg.
Oh yeah.
Outside of just playing videos,
no
and some
kidding.
people might appreciate having that exposed, because like I think other programs have like an extra field for extra FFmpeg code or instructions or something.
Interesting.
FFmpeg can generate spectrums for audio, and it can generate waveforms. That's awesome as well.
Oh, interesting. I didn't think about it. It's one thing I'm struggling with, and we have to find a way for this. So the biggest roadblock on Linux is currently this button here, because we are using once again Media Foundation for encoding videos, and I think this Media Foundation thing, like, I think there might be patent issues going on. But Wine doesn't expose the encoding APIs, so that's why this will crash or fail on Linux. And obviously, you wanna render your videos, so that's why we need an encoder, and FFmpeg is the obvious choice. And once we get rid of video of the Media Foundation, then of course there could be a special option here at your FFmpeg encoding parameters, whatever. To be honest, the only way I'm using FFmpeg is I have a scratch pad with 20 things I am doing, like converting it into an image sequence and converting image sequence into video and extracting the soundtrack and stitching and cutting and re-encoding. And everything.
Nice cheat sheet.
Yeah. I can totally.
I'm always asking DeepSeek, how can I do that with FFmpeg?
Yeah, this is the new way.
And then I write the command line inside my notepad.
Nice.
Yeah. This is my I'm really in a love-hate relationship with FFmpeg. It's and I'm totally biased because I made a feature request 10 years ago for VLC to jump one frame backwards, because as a motion designer I need this. I need to go frame by frame through my animation forward and backward.
Yeah.
And the main developer said like, no, this is not possible. We don't do this. I'm like, what? Of course it's like what are you even talking about? Of course it's slow. And yes, I have to seek, and and it might not be fast, but you don't fuck with me. Of course this is possible. Boy, why are you even, what gives you this entitlement of telling me I don't need this feature and this feature is stupid? Again, I really hate this French guy with a passion. But French people, I tell you, French people are the worst. But yeah, anyways, but it's crazy powerful. So I'm love-hate. Yeah, but here's my cheat sheet. I don't know if you want to. I think this is my favorite thing here. So if you ever encoded something and there are frame drops and there are double frames, then this basically removes double frames. I don't know what any of these parameters do, but it's crazy how well it works. This is also nice. So you can basically speed up a thing without re-encoding. Yeah, and then this was my... So I wanted to have a simple thing of, let's say I make I set OBS to 1 frame per second. And then I want to speed it up 60 times faster. So how would you do this? And here are my attempts. And this is the final solution how to do this. This is the only way it worked. But yeah. Anyways, I don't know.
I don't get why would you want it? Why would no? I don't know.
Like the
1 frame per second and then multiply by 60. What?
Well, if you basically want to have like a speed one of like how do you model something, or I'm making a demo and then I'm working for 3 hours and that OBS one.
Okay.
And then I want to condense it into this is how it was created. Sometimes you have this.
So it was recorded at 1 frame per second. Then later you want to make it into like a faster. I see.
Yeah. And then of course it's there. You don't want to re-encode it. You don't want to turn it into an image sequence. It would be like, you only want to overwrite the timing table. And it's surprisingly annoying to do this.
Fascinating.
So and this is basically this is the command to do it.
One good way to use it, I use it like this all the time. I have a bunch of batch files and I just drag and drop a video into whatever one I need.
Interesting.
I don't type the command, I just like drag and drop, and
that's also nice.
Substitutes the input file name. And like, for example, it would output the new file like next to the input, like with some suffix in the name.
This is clever. Well, yeah. Let's stop discussing FFmpeg. This makes me agitated. You might notice. So yes, there's as far as I know, everything related to playback that is Media Foundation is gone and removed. So everything is now FFmpeg, including VideoClip and PlayVideo. Like there's this PlayVideo thing that wants I think it wants a time or so, override time in seconds. So if you look at this guy and then you can play this and it should seek, I guess. If you override this, so it will jump to different things. Yeah, so another thing that we did was so I think I should have music, and then I can use music by a friend of mine, so I don't get copyright issues here. So we can take once again, we can take an MP3, drag it here, and it will create an audio clip. Here's the audio clip. It will automatically generate the spectrum file there, and then you could play it, but I can't hear it, probably because the audio playback is... Good question. So let's investigate. So the input device, we talked about the input device already.
External device at the top.
maybe we also have to go to
Maybe you need to clean
settings.
it as well.
Oh,
Because right now it's a video. but
ah,
it's
you are so you are so smart. Let's pin it. No.
No.
And I think there's once again there's the same thing. There is an audio clip player. So this thing needs to be connected.
Ah, voilà.
Yeah. And as I remember, this also has an autocorrect thing. So basically, we don't need to connect it. You can just let it run like this. But this needs to be somewhere in your graph. And that's just the way we did it. There's an option here that is, I forgot about this. So you can enable auto playback, and then it doesn't need to be connected. Then it can be somewhere on the graph. And once again, so you can go in here and trim it and move it around and cut it and edit it. Adjust the volume. Yeah, so might be. I think it's a nice way. Eventually, I'm thinking about adding a new parameter here to display this as the soundtrack image in the background, so that the main soundtrack is being replaced with these clips. It's prepared, but yeah, eventually it might come. So we had video clips, we had audio clips, and then the best thing so far, I think, was that we can have. I've shown this last time. We have. It's not connected, I think. So I got my video, no, my MIDI device here, and connect it. We go to settings, MIDI, rescan devices. So now I think Martin fixed the indicator, so we see that we get some signals here. And what we have now is a new feature that we can record and capture audio and AO stuff at the same time. Actually, so far I never tested OSC inputs, but maybe we should. But so the idea is that once again, to recap, let's say we have a MIDI input, and then we put this into a layer 2D, and let's say this goes into the scale, and maybe this goes into rock. And then if we train this, so this goes up and down with my MIDI controller. And maybe we have another MIDI controller, another MIDI input here. Put this to rotate and teach. And so this guy is the rotation, a little bit subtle, so we can change the output range here from -180 to 180. So now if this would be the rotation and this would be the size. So, and now what I can do is, let's say I have a live set, maybe MIDI signals coming in from an artist, let's say a piano soundtrack or something like this. Then we can start recording, and then we see the MIDI signals coming in here, maybe like all kinds of MIDI signals, and the audio clip. I'm not sure actually what's the current input. Let's see. But if we stop playback, then we see these two clips being written. We can go into these here, the clips. They're somewhere in the, I think they should be somewhere here in the, in my project folder. And So here's the data clip. And with these two, we can do playback. So we can go in here and say, so here's the clip. We can, this is the audio player. And then we see the, and we can use this to simulate I/O data and put this into a group, and then put this in here.
My God.
And then we can basically, and then we see the MIDI signals coming in here, maybe like all kinds of MIDI signals. And I think
That's amazing.
yeah, this will be killer. There's one thing, you can click this here and also show clip data, so you can actually go in here and see the clip data. And obviously, you know, like trim it and move it around, and have multiple of these. So Control+Shift+D maybe to have like another connection here. And yeah, so like the obvious idea is that eventually we want to have editing of these clips to have piano rolls and stuff, but this is only UI sugar. So I think this will come definitely. One thing that is already working is you can go
Even
into
though
the.
sorry.
You first.
Even though you didn't have like inputs for like notes and things, it still recorded them. So then if you later added note things, they would link up to those.
Yeah, totally.
That's sick, yeah.
Oh, actually, this is actually a good question. This is a good question. I didn't test this. So let's say we go in here. So I mean, this is the path. MIDI APC mini channel 1, and then we get this node channels here. And I think if we would have a MIDI input, let's say we have a blob here, and the blob is related to scale, and then we maybe can insert a blob in there. And then we have the teach trigger here. And if I now simulate, yeah, then it basically gets simulated with this one node that is being sent at this thing. So
because when you have, if you have like a teach trigger, it will still, the simulate IO data would still be, it would still pick up on that and be taught or something.
So what's happening? This thing sends it to the bottom of the I/O stack. It basically emulates a MIDI device with this name.
Wow.
APC mini, and then it will send this, and then in this subgraph, these will all receive these events, and if they are, if this is basically in this teach trigger, if this is enabled, it will pick up the next event it gets, and then receive it. So and it's a little bit hard to describe, but the way I'm using it, maybe I can show this as an example. So this will be completely broken, of course, because I neither have the camera here, not the audio tracks, but basically this is
your microscope stuff.
This is my microscope stuff, yeah. So with like a bunch of like presets and so on, and this is basically Lina playing her set. And so it's if you go in here, show clip data, so it's basically tons and tons of her playing basically piano stuff. And
This isn't Tidal, this is just her playing piano.
yeah, this is her playing live piano.
Cool.
And then I used this to simulate the data. So I think I don't have the. Okay, we have like a little bit of like poor quality audio recording. And but then I can use this, and this is like a live situation. Okay, so I can figure out, okay, what are the MIDI signals, what's the velocity, what's the device, and so on, and then start crafting audio reactive stuff and tweak it
How
and so
come
on.
you have so many rec data nodes? Does that mean they're all separate recordings?
Yeah, it's all different recordings here. It's all like these are different. I just
I see. Yeah.
basically every time here's the next song coming, I press the record button. Record. And I think I don't really care about file size. Performance seems to be okay. Okay, it doesn't look like it, but I think this is really Discord messing up here. If we look at the what is this in bytes? It's 100K. So they are not huge.
Big, surely. It's just
like 100K. Oh sure. I mean, if we open this, whatever this is now associated with this, so it's one. Yes, I trust myself. It's one JSON file, and it's just a lot of events.
nice.
So yeah.
Did you make a bunch of? Did you have to make a separate MIDI input node for each note that was pressed? Like, how do you handle all those notes?
So with the piano stuff, I wrote a new thing called so there is, let's say, let's start something from scratch with this. Honestly, I don't even know if this works. This would be a good test. So this is this guy and this is this guy. So let's say I'm taking all of them and going back to Playground because I want to mess with them because I'm curious. So okay, it seems to have worked. So here are a bunch of clips. And seems to have worked. So and it placed these guys up there because we already had a bunch of test clips there. So maybe we can just remove these and then move these guys down there. So we have a little bit of height. And maybe we don't need our video clips here. Get the timeline a little bit smaller. So then so where are we? We are here. So we already put this into simulate IO data. Then we put this into a group. And this is the group we are, this is what we are listening to, or this is what we want to tweak.
Simulate IO data is acting in a similar way to like the PlayVideo clips and the music clips node.
Yeah. And maybe it would be a good idea to actually rename this.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah,
so they all match the same sort of
convention.
Nomenclature. Yeah.
I wonder if we could. I think it probably should be. Second, I'm on second screen here. I wonder Make up a new file here. Sorry. Write this down again. Simulate I/O data should be called I/O data clip player or something like this. So what we could do with this is hopefully to. So this is all piano stuff. And I had like a MIDI input. And the MIDI input, it has this range output. So it's a float list. And then let's say we convert this to a texture and then maybe look at it. And now if we play, this should be associated with a device. And maybe we disable idle motion here. And I guess we need to inverse this. So first this simulated, and then we get these guys. Now you currently it's set to the event type node, but you can take a controller. You can have this control range here and say, no, I'm not interested in only this. I'm interested in all 108 keys. And I think now it will react to all of them. And maybe if we take this layer here and change the scale mode to wedge or so. You see, this is now all the keys that are playing. And then I wrote this new operator, something with piano, AnalyzePianoMidi, and this will give out the pulse here. Blob to the put this on top, and it will also give a last normalized node, simple gradient color, white months. So this will basically map.
Oh, it's normalizing it
Yeah.
to 0 to 1. Oh, that's so cool.
So because I use this, otherwise I would like I don't know like how to deal with this.
That's amazing.
Already helps me a little bit.
The music is so nice too, by the way.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean it's not my music, of course, but I take the compliment and I will forward it.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that no input range feature, was that already implemented before? I never noticed it. Or is that a new thing?
This was there already.
No way! I never even saw that before. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, obviously, MIDI input doesn't have a good documentation. So good.
I just didn't read it.
Well, yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, there's I think that this is my learning at the moment. So TiXL, like, it already has almost too many features, and they need to be more discoverable. That's why I'm spending so much time on this whole documentation thing. So now every time something complicated is, there is like this, there is small little icons in the corners that will help you to figure out what is the thing.
Yeah.
So it's not always there, but sometimes it explains what this does.
So the PianoMidi node
Yes.
acts on the current or the current played note, so it gives you like an envelope based on.
No, no, it's a very stupid operator, like very, very primitive. So, if we open a new output window here, there's my output window. Stick it there. And if you play, so this thing gives out an array with the length of 180 keys. Should it be like 88 keys? I don't know. Like, I don't know. But for some reason, I think like this is the length I measured last time. Maybe it's like 88 white keys and a bunch of black keys. I don't know. But so it's a little bit hard to read because this plot is not auto-scaling. I think if we increase them, I think we should see some. So we don't have aftertouch, so that's why it's like once it hits, this is the velocity we get. So this was hit a little bit harder than this, and the position on this line is the node. And what this thing does, it for the last frame, it looks at every new node it gets and it sums up all the velocities. So this is what goes into this output. And then it has this decay ratio, and it will basically let it fall down.
Okay.
And so if we look at this guy here, so I think so this is the.
No, this is a really nice approach. I really like that. Yeah.
It was the. I guess there must be smarter things to do it, but this was the thing that I could do while being half asleep. And this thing is just where the last node with the maximum velocity. So if in the frame 2 nodes were pressed, then it will take the louder one. And this is this normalized value. So this is maybe a little bit like the melody or so. But then, of course, you probably would want to split between bass lines and highs and so on. So. But still good enough.
You could do that in the note, in the MIDI note thing, and set the ranges, right?
Yeah, this is a cool thing, you know. You can basically you could go now here, B and go here and N. Let it loop. And then you can start tweaking these parameters.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the cool thing about like this recording approach, that you can like hone into these settings. What are good settings for this?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of new stuff is coming. Some of this is rather complicated, but yeah, a lot. It's very powerful, though.
Oh.
Never even tried the OSC recording. As far as I know, I recorded it also because it's the same thing. But so with OSC, you could maybe do things like motion tracked bodysuits in a stage performance or something like this.
Yeah.
And then with this, you could have something like, you could actually, you have a camera, you record all the input sensors.
We could.
And the audio.
What's it called? The hand tracking thing.
Yeah, like the leap motion, or.
Yeah, leap motion
or leap device.
The Google thing. Forgot the name already.
Like media pipe or.
Media pipe, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, because that uses OSC, right?
No. Well, it can. I mean, there are like tons of apps, I think, on the App Store that forward the stuff with. But you can definitely use.
Yeah, you could like wave your hands around to some track, and then that will just be recorded.
Yeah.
That's super cool. It's awesome. I love this feature.
Interesting to be able to record the media pipe point position.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think from now on, it's more. I think there's one building block missing to make this crazy powerful, and this is that you can actually drag these things around and rename them and so on. Because if you have this, I mean, you can already do this a little bit. So I don't want to do this here, but you can go in here and do a bunch of things. And you could also like copy this as CSV and then import into Excel and stuff. And you can already I think you could select channels here and delete them and clean them up. But it's not, usability is not great. It's not super intuitive. There's no undo redo, all these kinds of things. Once you have this, things get super powerful, because then you can have, of course, an operator that just you have this guy here. I mean, this is just a data channel. So you could just say, okay, like write this into every frame, write all 108 values. And then you have a new data channel that you can go in there and then tweak and clean up, quantize, filter, and so on. I think this is like very powerful for cleaning up data tracks and stuff like this.
Yeah, I like that idea about quantization. And well, I guess it depends what you're doing.
Yeah, it really depends.
It's supposed to be like a recording sync. You're synchronizing to it.
Yeah, it just depends. You could totally have operations here that take an operator, and then like we have, interestingly, this is the pedal. I didn't know that that the pedal was sent, but it's super useful because it almost gives you a face. Yeah, you could maybe do something like, okay, this pedal doesn't really make sense, but if you have, let's say, if you have OC data, tracking data, I would say you can remove 90% of the data without losing quality. Like just if the date, like if the change is below a certain threshold, it's just noise. You just can remove the node or you remove curve points until the error loss gets too large. And so this super trivial algorithm, so get record it, clean it up, remove it, quantize it, and then this is like the test data you can use to prepare your next set. And then you can switch from simulation data to the real data. That's the whole thing. Like, so if I just disable this and Lina starts playing, I get like the real MIDI thing. This is like the whole point. And like,
so cool.
Yeah, super useful for me fooling around, tweaking stuff, coming up with content ideas. Yeah, so there you go. Video clips, audio clips, and data clips. Can actually look at this at the release notes here. Animation curve editor. Talked about the animation editor. Variations per project. Ah, yeah, like one thing that might not be obvious, but if you have a project here, this is my current project. There is there are 2 new folders here with 4.2 for every project you have. Meta and temp. Meta you should definitely save because these are your thumbnails and your variations. So don't remove the meta folder. This is important data. So if you have like this playground here, and then you say this is snapshot controlled, then and you create a snapshot my test and you save it, then this will go into this will go in here. My test. Oh, this is the thing we just created. Before this, it was somewhere in user setting, roaming, TiXL variations, and lumped together all the other variations, which was like completely weird because this was just very, very difficult to find your variation or your project because it's all encoded by this unique identifier. So now they are moved from the global projects folder or from the global settings folder into your projects folder. And same with all these guys. And if this gets too much, these are all these things we had earlier, then of course you can always remove the thumbnails. Nothing will break. You just lose the thumbnails. Then there's temp, and in temp we have the backup system, and the backup system works like the normal thing. Every 3 minutes there will be a backup. So these are the backups we had today.
What's that non-minimal one?
So by default, we now enabled minimal backup. And the first one will be complete. That's why it's huge.
I see. And then the others are just what's changed.
It's only not what changed, but it's only CS, T3, and T3 UI.
Okay.
And now that I'm thinking about this, we probably should add the meta folder in there as well. At least take the meta snapshots. Minimal pickups should include meta variations. Because this is essential data, so I would be very angry if this would be lost. Yeah, and one of the things that I have planned somewhere on the agenda, but probably this will be for the next version. If for some reason a project is broken and can't be loaded, then TiXL will no longer crash, but it will disable this project. And then you can have a drop-down list here. Right-click, restore, and then it will go through these versions and tell them like how much long ago your last backup was, and it can be reverted.
Cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think this will help quite a lot with stability.
Yeah.
So what else do we have there? SkillQuest. We have a bunch of new tutorials, but not as many as I would like to have. We have this whole Markdown formatting thing. We have this alpha workflow that we talked about. We have the guided testing. We had like that you can track stuff directly into the timeline. And at the last meetup, we had this thing that if you created a file directly inside the asset library that it wasn't picked up, this should now work. So if we go to, if you have this thing here, and we have, let's say, a data clip here, What do we have? Do we have here? If we clean up the filter, reveal go all. Do we have here? We have a bunch of images here. Open an Explorer. Computer so slow. And then let's say we have like these wonderful slides here. Then if we take one of these slides and say we Control C, Control V, did I just Control D is of course delete. This is also like Microsoft at its best. This is the source. This is the keyboard shortcut I would have used for deleting. Control D. Obviously, why would you use? Like I don't even want to start. So we want to copy it and paste it, and then we get like our copy here. And if we rename this, I think it should be consistent. So if we take this and look at it, and if I rename this guy here, new name. Boo. Boo. I'm so disappointed. Okay.
Worked.
Yeah, boo. But I mean, it would like what I would have expected is that this gets renamed.
That would be nice.
Yeah. So like the file hook actually says there is a rename. So we know that it's a rename, and it should go through all the usages of the asset references and update the asset reference to the new name. But well, I can write this down. When renaming a file on the hard drive, asset references be updated. Yeah, so many things. But yeah, getting there. I think I have to admit, if there's one thing that is great about this whole AI thing, is that it's really, really good at solving bugs. So this is just crazy spooky how well it can solve bugs. It's just crazy. So when now, like, now is the time, like if you have like any kind of bug reported, so I can solve it. So it will be super fast. Yeah, there we have it. I would say a lot of features for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The feature scope is maybe growing a little bit too fast right now, but well, I mean, kind of enough features. Yeah, so now I was talking nonstop. Does somebody else have a question? So like,
I have like some things I wanted to ask, but I feel like I've been talking a lot already. But it's basically because my friend Steve is here with us at the moment. Puddy man. He was showing me around the local university here, Sheffield Hallam University, today. And they have this 360 projection screen room.
oh, nice.
And so we wanted, because I did some VJing for him. He's like an amazing musician, and yeah, I was VJing for him, and he liked like the visuals, and I was like, yeah, I'm using TiXL, and so he was like, oh, come to the 360 projection room thingy we have at the university, and maybe we can test TiXL on it. And so yeah, we were there today, and we got it working easily. We were using the equirectangular camera.
Oh, nice.
And we're like super grateful to Unc for making that quick hack of the equirectangular camera to let it be higher res than 4K.
Mhm.
That was really cool.
Where
And
are
then
the
we were
pictures?
say,
Where are the pictures?
Pictures.
oh yeah, so they're not amazing pictures because it was just like a test. But let me find them.
For the share screen.
Yeah, okay. Let me just find the photos. That, like I said, they're nothing crazy.
Okay.
So
Wait a second. I have
that's
to.
Steve there with the server rack.
Wait. I have to put you on the screen. So people will see it and it's in recording. Wait. Bring this out. It is so slow. It's crazy. Okay. So you are live now and recorded. Excitement.
I just thought it was a really funny photo. So
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, so this is like the space. It's like all these short throw projectors. And so yeah, first we did a test with like super low res. So this is like at 512, but it just works. Like, because in the playback system, you can set like, oh, here it is, TiXL running on the machine. So we tried it with Spout and NDI, and it works fine. Like in the Igloo playback system, you just take the Spout feed or the NDI feed, and then you apply the conversion thing. So it will take an equirectangular projection and map it to the surface. So like it's like a circle and then a long wide screen. Can I find another picture? Like, yeah. Yeah, so it worked really cool. And we were just thinking like, because it's quite a high res setup and there's nothing on the ceiling. And some people's projects might not even want to use the floor. And we were thinking like, is there any way we can optimize pixel space by omitting the upper and lower camera, or just emitting the upper camera and then fill up the rest of the, so it can be like lower res but not lose resolution, you know what I mean?
So I'm so okay, probably with equirectangular we probably would need like a special setup, but I can show you how I would do this. So there's once again there's an op for this. So if there's not a window, there's an op. So let me close the window here.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So so what you could do is let's say you have a heavy scene. Let's say custom SDF, and then you Raymarch it. Raymarch field. And then we only need one output, and maybe we take. Wouldn't this be great if there would be this drop-down list with this presets sorted and named? I think it would be so much better. So here's or something. So obviously this is heavy. So this is like resolution dependent, and we see how my graphics card is already struggling. So then we can, because we want to have maybe an orbit camera. So orbit camera. So it's moving. Enable this again. Maybe adjust like this field of view here. But not field of view, like the height. Maybe adjust the distance so we are not flying through this thing directly. And maybe make it less ugly by setting the fog. And if you now switch this to fixed resolution, like full HD, then what you want is you want to have this resolution to send it to Spout, but you don't want to send certain parts of the, you don't want to compute, you don't want to rasterize, you don't want to draw there. And there's an operator for this that it's called something with viewport, SliceViewport.
Oh.
And SliceViewport will it will do just that. So you can actually with SliceViewport you can do you can basically slice it like so, and it will be faster.
No way.
And
So,
then you
but
can
this
you can basically.
But you still have to render, like your output would like need to. How would it work with an equirectangular camera?
This is a good question. This I don't know. But so like the so but what the thing does is
I didn't know about this node.
Yeah, the node. Yes, I mean, I think it does more than it. You know, I think the idea was more like that you can have like multiple cones and then basically decide which of these cones you want to. So like it's really like a crazy complex node. But I normally use it for there's one thing, and then you basically you stretch basically you have some kind of letterbox going on, and you don't want to draw a black line above this line because this would be so much slower.
Right. Yeah.
Because this is like rendering, creating this image there. It's like the expensive part. And I mean, obviously, if you do Raymarching, then the correct way, if it's only Raymarching, you don't do the equirectangular thing with cameras. You just change the projection matrix. And I think like Ank already did the proof of concept for this. So this would be the fastest way you can do. And this would actually work with like this kind of setup.
Because in the setup, you have like, you calculate the render from each camera perspective. And so we were thinking like, what if we just didn't include that camera, the one that's facing up? But would we have to change the rest of the shader code because it's now no longer got this thing to factor into its equation for converting from a cube map to a stick?
You can just plug some black texture or something instead of top or down.
So yeah, okay, so then you're still outputting like a high res image, but it's just not having to compute like so.
Yep.
You still have like pixels, but it's fine because you're not rendering anything there. Like,
I mean, I think. I mean, obviously, so like the let's say so to make for me to structure this. So and maybe switch to fill again. So currently the pipeline you would do is like this. So you would do Raymarching. Then like if, let's say if you would want to use Raymarching, but let's say you want to use Raymarching, then you do the cube mapping, which means that so basically, so you have to draw like you have to draw 6 times images, or actually square images, you know, like 6 times. So like this goes into like this scene will be drawn 6 times, which is obviously expensive. Then you have this equirectangular shader that takes all these and turns it into one texture. That is like, it looks like this. So like all these go again in here. And then this, so this is basically, this is the cube map. This is the basically the spherical projection. I don't know how to draw this correctly, but I think this is, and then this goes to NDI. NDI. So over a network or whatever, like local storage. And so now, if it would only be Raymarching, I mean, and there's a big if, because as soon if you want to have any text or overlays or whatever particles, then this wouldn't break. But if you only have Raymarching, then you could basically do Raymarch directly here, and then working backwards. So if the NDI only uses this area because the ceiling and the floor are not used, then literally you could Raymarch only these pixels. And this would be like 1,000,000 times faster. So not 1,000,000 times, but it would be like 20 times faster, let's say, because you don't have to, there's only one render pass. You don't have to like render with, you don't have to oversample, all these kinds of things. You don't have to copy textures. If for some reason you need particles and text and whatnot, then you have to do this. But I think what we could do is, let's say we introduce a new color here and say this color is the viewport. And viewport in I think in DirectX viewport that is related to what? No, is it viewrec or viewport? Viewport. I think it's viewport. So like what should be written? So we could add this viewport node in here and say, okay, we limit the thing that is relevant to this thing. Like this, this would be this op that we added. Then this cube map could be smarter and see like for each of these, wait a second, this is actually not in the viewport. So I don't have to care about the bottom and the top layer because these are not even, you never look up because the ceiling is ignored. So these two might be ignored. And for these, it might even figure out, okay, like, yes, we have some kind of spherical distortion, so it probably looks like this that is being rendered, but it might figure out, okay, for this render pass, you only need to render these guys because back there, this is like still part of the bottom layer or something like this. So I think if we could actually pull this off for like use case, we could achieve a performance increase by 30% or so.
Could I
Because
share my screen for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I was so with the current example that Unk sent me, if I wanted to just manually not have to render top and bottom, I could just disconnect.
I put it in the screen back in.
That's right. Yeah, because this was like connected. So in theory, I could just disconnect this, and now.
Well, just disable it.
I mean,
just disable. Like just press like enable it and just. You don't have to disconnect. This is the same thing.
I see. Okay.
So then you don't have to break your graph. It's a little bit easier to get under control.
I'm guessing this might be the ceiling. No, this one. Which ones?
And you can press Shift-D. Shift-D is the
one next bottom, probably.
This one? Well, how come it doesn't?
I'm not sure why it's
sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But yeah, if I press enabled, it doesn't. I guess it's just Oh, I don't know actually.
I mean, I think it's not updated because it's not live, but it
just keeps the last frame.
Yeah, it keeps the last frame, but it will still.
Okay, so
you can send just a black texture in there. into SRV. No.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, just image, but yeah.
Or
yeah, what is a good like null thing to use? Like just texture 2D.
I would just disconnect it. Should work.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Like I think the fallback. Maybe wait a second. The fallback might be white.
Just load the image. I think there should be some black or something.
This is actually the fastest thing. Like if you click black, or look if you search black, BLA.
Black.
Look at how nicely this is being underlined. And this
that's
and if you do this, click cache resource.
Oh, okay.
Because it will not make a huge difference, but it doesn't hurt to just keep it alive.
So I've got another question now. So this is great. We're not having to compute those extra renders, but we're still sending like a high res texture, and that may affect just the playback system in general, because even though we're now no longer rendering stuff, we're still sending like a high bandwidth video, and I don't know if that's an issue. Like, could we I guess we could just crop it here, and then we would send a lower res.
It should be just one line of code to stretch it inside the shader.
Okay, because
now
it no longer needs to be this high. Like, I guess we could just use like crop or something, or I'm not sure.
You can crop, or like if you want to optimize it even more, it could just be done inside this header.
Okay. Oops, I need to pin it.
Oh, it cropped quite a lot.
Oops. Yeah, awesome, cool.
But I mean, like this,
cool, yeah.
But this is, of course, like one again. If this is a high res image, you probably would want to not do it like this, but
the shader.
Yes, I think if you scroll down there in the parameters of the, I think this is a custom thing. And there should be, if you scroll down further and further and further, and further, even further.
Oh, yeah.
And even further. Oh, no. This is there's additional option if you exhibit hidden. But there it should have a resolution. Okay, right now the resolution is being connected to the output thing, scale size, but you could basically pass in any resolution in there, and then you could basically then you wouldn't even need to crop it. You know,
it would be just a crop like embedded into this thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
You would just scale input UV.
Yeah. You would save one copy.
Amazing. Cool. Wow, that's so helpful and amazing and cool. And yeah, and then we could even send a separate feed of just the bottom, and then we don't have to like, that's really interesting. Yeah. By the way, what is SRV from texture 2D? I don't know, understand that node.
So this is just my my understanding as a layman. I think Ank probably knows more about this. So the name of the SRV stands for Shader Resource View. And a resource is a block of memory on your graphics card. And then like a texture or something.
Plug it into a shader.
Yeah, and there are basically a shader can have it can take shader or is it like shared resource? I don't know. Shader resource view, but there are also URVs. Like this is where you can write to at any moment. And there's also there are other shader views. Probably Ank knows more about this, but basically this is how you tell the driver, now I want to use this block of memory and I want to use it as a texture to read it, only read it, and then it will be faster. And now I want to write actually into this resource view. So then it will be a little bit slower. Stuff like this. So, yeah.
Okay, nice. I'm done. The only other thing I was curious about, and again, this is maybe just a way of, it's just a cube map thing, is like we were wondering, like, when you get imperfections like this in the cube map corners, is that just like kind of inevitable because it's a cube? Like,
this is definitely point orientation.
oh, right, because because we noticed it when we changed it to use like mesh spheres, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So it's just because the point is now looking from a different angle at the camera that it's oriented, and that's why it's getting sliced.
Yeah.
I see.
So it's a busy. You can imagine. You can imagine like it's the current point orientation. I think it wants to take all the billboards in parallel. And again, they're all like their planes are parallel, but to be used for like this equirectangular thing, you actually if you draw points, check the draw points operator. I think it might have an orientation thing. Then use draw billboards. And try this. It's very similar. And this has this is like orientation, rotated billboard, and it might work better. You might have to replace both of them.
Oh,
okay, like there. Okay, and then go into the draw billboard, and then maybe change the orientation from rotated billboard to something else. No. Oh, there, point rotation.
Right. So it's based on its like point axis rather than the camera.
You can orient points towards camera, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. With there's a point operator. You can insert it between add noise and orient points. Try this, and I think it has like look at camera. This also. See there, fix it.
Oh.
Then you can use draw points after all.
Oh.
No, White. This is not wrong. This wasn't correct. You need to use draw billboards, but then use point orientation. So this.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Although some of them are oriented weird.
Can you try the different one? Look at not camera, but look at target and set target to 0. No. Are they still stretched?
But I think
pick the up vector, right?
Can you wait a second. But they're stretching. That's correct. And look at camera doesn't work.
Whoa. If I slightly change the target, they all seem to work really nicely. If it's like 0.
Oh, maybe because they are transformed. Maybe there's some translation so that.
Oh yeah, there's a transform later before like this needs to be bypassed.
Yeah,
translation. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that needs to happen here, like before.
If you reset the translation to.
The rotation isn't the problem. The translation is the problem.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that was like a really random thing I was curious about. It's not like a big deal, but yeah.
I see some other issue there though, like some lines are not.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a thing with the draw lines or what.
Yeah, I think don't use draw lines. Use draw ray lines.
Okay, let's try.
Ray lines. I think this is better.
Whoa, what's the deal with that?
So draw lines works in screen space, and it doesn't like if the line cuts through the camera, the projection plane.
I see.
So if it goes from before you to behind you, I never figured out how to compute the metering for the corner metering for this edge case. So it will refuse to draw, and the draw ray lines basically ignore the edges. So the corners are not metered, but for what you're
that looks
doing.
perfect. Yeah, it's completely seamless. Yeah, so cool. This is awesome. Thank you so much. That was
Yeah,
really,
it's a super
really
super cool example. Can you
this is Unk's example, by the way. I didn't make this.
yeah, can you paste this into the chat also? It's a super cool example.
Oh, yeah. Oh, like this.
Yeah, maybe the whole thing. So
yeah, I don't think I changed much except this bit, but yeah, I'll copy paste it again. Yeah, because Unk shared it already, but I missed did I
it.
change anything? I don't think. Like, no, you can see it in the questions and feedback.
Cool. Okay, pay attention.
It just happened just earlier today, so yeah.
Yeah, super cool.
It's super cool. I'm excited to go back and play with it again.
Yeah, imagine. When what kind of computer do they have for rendering there?
It's like a server rack. It's got Threadripper from what I remember, loads of RAM, and RTX A6000.
Oh wow, okay.
From what I remember.
Nice.
Yeah. And like the projectors are all 4K, but the playback system uses 1080 for each projector, from what I recall. Just because it's like otherwise it would be like an insane resolution, and then you'd need like a way bigger server, I think. From what I'm like just trying to remember what I heard today. So, I think Steve has sent some messages in the chat. Yeah. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he said there. Yeah. Cool.
6,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Impressive stuff.
Okay. I think I'm gonna stop sharing now. I think I've taken up enough time. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome. So yeah, I don't know. Anybody else wants to share stuff? Oh, I just I noticed. By the way, it's a little bit awkward to ask, but so if you want to support the project, there is one thing you can do, and this is so we have these server boosts here, and I think we have a bunch of people already supporting the project, and I know it's a thing, but yeah. So you can boost the server, and then we will get like these guys again. So like the TiXL.
Oh, I was wondering why that disappeared.
Yeah, I think like a bunch of support dropped out. So I don't. Yeah, it's an awkward topic, but yeah, if you can afford like $10 or so a month, it will make a difference. And I'm already, I don't know, I'm at 20 or so. So this is the amount I'm willing to pay. So, but yeah, next topic. Yeah, do we have another? Do you have more questions? If not, if there's silence.
I mean, I feel like I had something, but I don't. Yeah, like I think I've done something recently.
Let me. I will grab a beer, and I will be back in 1 minute.
Cool. Oh, I did have a question. Yeah, I'll wait for him to come back. Yeah. Yeah, Steve, I forgot to ask about compilation. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't see. Oh, you've been chatting.
Okay,
Yeah.
back. So, I know, like, if they, if you guys don't have questions, so what I thought about doing is having more building SkillQuest levels together. And I already started doing this a little bit in the background. It might be boring to watch, but maybe not. It's pretty fast. And then you don't have to play the levels anymore because you already know the solution. But yeah, this is something we could do. Of course, we could do more copycats. Yeah.
Yeah.
No vetoes, no yays. No.
I was trying to do something yesterday, but finally I didn't make a pull request because I think it's not working as expected.
Okay, what did you try to do?
It's to, when we create an input.
Oh, this thing. Hoi.
This input goes somewhere in the. So I managed to get the input to be created where I do the right click before opening the context menu.
Yeah.
At the moment, when I open the context menu, but then if I create a second input without closing the add input dialog,
Then
the second
put on
input
top
gets created at the
same.
origin, so it's not good.
Ah, okay, I can see. I think we should leave this for more, let's hang out together or so and code a little bit together because it will be more code heavy.
Yeah, it's not that fun. It's not fun at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
I can share something that I have in mind, something that I'm working on. So
You didn't show the copy connected.
beg your pardon?
Duplicate with connection.
The thing with connection? What?
When you have multiple, when you duplicate an operator that has connections.
Yeah, I try to. So I think it's very cool. So if you have something like a group here, then you can now press, like, if you press Control-D, this would do this. If you now press Control-Shift+D, then it will retain the connection. And it will be smart. So if you do this and then press Control-Shift+D, then it will, if it goes into a multi-input, then it will do the multi-input thing. And
that's really clever.
well, I wouldn't call it clever. It's like more. I would more call it missing, but now it's there. And the other thing that I did recently was if you shake this. So before this, it was only reconnecting the first one. Now it's reconnecting like all the, like, if it can. Sometimes it can't. Like if there's an output here that, like, let's say there's an value, and then like this goes into uniform. So of course, if you shake this, like, it can't keep up this. So it only the operators. Honestly, I don't even know, like, when they know that the input type matches. But yeah, most of the time it works much better. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of smaller things. Also, we fixed this thing. So there were some terrible bugs related to multi-input connections that were coming from the same thing here. And we also changed this and a bunch of other issues. Wait a second, what's going on here? What?
Every time you do something, there's the first connection that is moving like this.
I think this is because there's an interpolation going on, but it looks like what? Like why? Like why it's even like? Okay, I don't want to think about this. So let's build some SkillQuest levels. So the way that works is or maybe I can explain a little bit how I'm working with the current setup, because it's not super intuitive. And this is only the way I do it. It's not like there is no official way, but so I'm using fork, and these are the projects I'm working with. So this is the if we go here and open this in File Explorer. So this is the thing I'm compiling with wider. So this is the editor and the project. So this is the Git repository, you could say. Then I have this guy here, open in File Explorer. And this is now like this whole File Explorer thing is the most stupid thing ever. Why like documents is not in desktop. why does it even who, like Microsoft, please, but soon we will
do migration to Linux.
Yeah. Soon we all start a migration to Linux. What the fucking what's going what's who it's I mean, it's not as bad as FFmpeg, but it's pretty bad. So anyways, there is so this is the folder I'm using. It's in documents, and the only way I found I can handle this whole working with the alpha and then migrating back to the final, to the real version with my projects, because I want to work on the cutting edge version, of course, because this is also how I'm testing my projects. But I created a branch with alpha, and then I'm on this 4.2 alpha branch. But I'm also on the main branch, and once in a while, if I'm moving back to a stable version, then I merge this back onto the main branch. But right now I'm on this branch. And then I recently started with working trees, and working trees are very, very confusing, but also very powerful. And there is a working tree here. And if you don't know what a working tree is, I can try to give the explanation that I found. Sometimes you wanna have the same Git folder. So like if you look at this .git, so this is the complete repository of my projects, including all changes ever made. So this is the 0.5 gigabyte here. And this is the complete history and so on. So everything in there. And then you want to work on this on a certain version. This would be this version, with where I can see like all the changes I made to why ever I made these changes, but I made all these changes here that I didn't push yet so far. I don't know why. But then you also want to work on this data set, but on something completely different, on another branch. and this is what work trays do. So you can use the same thing and say, okay, I create a work tree, and I want to work on a branch. And this is what basically then you get a new folder with this work tree thing, and this is basically this project here. So edit SkillQuest. And then to access this folder, what I do normally is I have two ways now. One way is a very might be a little bit too complicated, but if you ever work with agents, you will notice that they will take a very, very, very long time to think, and then they start messing with your projects and writing files, and then of course TiXL is running, and it will pick up these changes, and then will start reloading and recompiling stuff while you are working on things. So it's a little bit, it makes it very inconvenient to work on two things at the same time. And TiXL right now doesn't make it easy to do this kind of thing. So now we have a new settings for this. And the way this works is, let me go to TiXL. And once again, I also have a work tree here. And there I created this awesome batch command. And I have to bring it over, and it looks like this. So we just take whatever whatever state we are currently in, and we build it, not with Rider or Visual Studio, but just with the install.NET SDK. Then we change into the output directory, and then we start the editor with this command name parameter, and this will bring it into a special mode where from now on it will use this suffix for it will not use the alpha suffix here, but the skill, like the parameter we just gave it, SkillQuest, and it will use this for the documents but also for the settings. If we go to the settings, do we have oh, wait a second, that was roaming. So it will also use it for the settings folder. So what this means is that I can just start this batch file, and on this other folder I will get a command bar, and it will just build from scratch and start TiXL, and this will basically run in the be like another TiXL installation running while TiXL is running. So this thing is running here, maybe not in full screen, so we can make it a little bit smaller. And once this compiled, another instance of TiXL will be running, and it will use this this other settings separator. I'm not really sure how to call this. I have to find a way how to call this suffix. Maybe settings workspace or so. I don't know. But yeah. And actually, maybe I'm thinking about shipping this batch file here, because just being able to start the thing that you just checked out from the repository is already pretty useful without installing a wider or Visual Studio Code or whatnot. So once it started there, I wonder if this is I don't know, maybe this is Windows uploading the thing to the virus scanner or something. And why would it be so slow? Okay, now we are almost done. So now it's compiling the projects and examples and okay, the editor. Boy. But the background music here. It's actually not really sure why streaming and OBS recording clocks my computer so badly. Okay, finally we are starting. And while we are doing it, we can actually open the notes here. Like, what's like? And maybe create a new window. And I have I think I should have this in my history here. Open recent. Open. And the workspace is taking a bit longer. No kidding. Recent. So we have, this is the script I wrote on vacation, and we can continue working on this thing. So I just created stacking transforms, and the next level would be instancing. So let's see, has this other thing, the loading? Good sign here. Check the my task manager thing here. How can how can you write an operator system where the task manager is slow? I mean, like, what the okay, maybe like this JetBrains PA protocol, like the bottleneck here, and OBS. Okay. Anyways,
Visual Studio Code.
beg your pardon?
Visual Studio Code.
Visual Studio Code, you mean?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
memory hog.
Yeah, maybe. So anyways, so now I have two versions of TiXL running, and the cool thing is that like this thing is now using my like the SkillQuest settings. So which means everything I'm doing here. So for instance, if I go into settings and projects, I can say, hey, so it automatically appends this SkillQuest thing. But even if I go into this thing and say that, let's say the window should be like a little bit tinted, so I'm not confusing this with my other windows, then this is completely separated from my other installations. So I can mess around and do things, and things will be fine. All the layout changes will be fine and so on. So I think we can close this for now. We don't need it anymore, just to save some resources. And maybe this is a little bit this is a little bit much here. So we have this project here. And I already built a bunch of these weird little examples here. And let's start with the next thing. So we duplicate this as a new thing. We call this E, and the next thing was instancing. And I think we can move it like this and maybe have our script here. Where was this? Was this? We don't need the file tree, and we can make this smaller and maybe a little bit smaller. Can actually, nice, like a little bit like this. Instancing, I guess we call this level instancing then. Instancing. And then we duplicate it. So here's our new level. And I guess we will just jump in here and start editing it. So let's first pin it. And now this is of course the same that we already have. We later might need to change the layout here, but I think for testing this is just fine. So we have this this tour thing here. So this is what I call this tour interaction. And to edit this, we have development tools, tour point editor. And then the nice thing is that we have these paste to clipboard and copy from clipboard or insert from clipboard. We can go into our instancing thing, copy this here, and then paste it. Ding. Oh, we probably have to maybe two-point editor, maybe we place this here. I would have expected this to. So now we have this, in this step, a transform is not only used to define where something is drawn, the same object is drawn multiple times at different positions. So the idea is that we use this example that we built to have basically two eyes. And so I think this was probably like the this is the earlier solution, but then of course this is now a more complicated thing. So we want to have two eyes. So maybe we say that this is a little bit smaller, and then we have transform a little bit to the left and transform to the right, and we group it. And then this goes in here, and this is 1 and 2. And actually, maybe we don't need to. I think like this is now a little bit irritating. I think it would be better to have this guy transform. think like so. I think it's much better. And then we don't need this is the scale here. Maybe we can just scale down this guy. So oh no. Haha. Here, shake didn't work because this is work tree. So this is an older branch, so we don't have the shake off. So then the solution is the lower part is obviously completely old now. We have to remove this. And let's see if we can somehow clean up this level because it's already getting pretty complex. So and what we want the user to do is basically to use these two transforms and connect them with the group here. This is the solution of the level. So maybe move this like so and take this here, make it larger, duplicate this in here, and this is the solution. Solved. Now we have to take all these guys, enable them for snapshots. This is the new thing, the new help system. And we have to create one snapshot and call this solution. And with this, we will know that if the user modifies any of these parameters that are not contributing to the solution, we can tell them, well, not so fast, don't do this. This is the wrong way. So now obviously we hide the solution. What's going on in here? What? What? Okay, let's click it like this, not exactly. And then we take these and make it basically break it away. So like so. And something like this. In this step, a transform is not only used to define where something is drawn, the same document is drawn multiple times at different positions. This is called instancing. It allows copies to be defined and adjusted together. Instancing is a powerful concept, and TiXL provides multiple ways to work with it. Replicate the example. And with this thing, we might want to guide to these guys here. So there is there's a call to action, and there's a special thing to set to focus to these points, so to these transform operators, so the user knows a little bit, okay, this is where things get started. And this is done. So we just made a new level. We just save it, and then we jump out of it. Bang. Oh, wait a second. We jump out of it here. So next level. And one thing we can do is we can, so this is the current, this is the new thing we saved. And what you might notice is at the bottom, we have the call to action in brackets transform second. So this is basically this, this is this reference we set here that like basically this is that this one transform there is having this blue thing. And we can go in here and paste this into the clipboard. And then we can go into our text editor here and paste this in here. And now we, next time we paste this, we will have all these references. So this thing marks this step. So yeah. Okay, anyways, next step. So we, once again, we submit definition, duplicate this new type. The next type is F, and we will be talking about transform order. When drawing multiple instances using transform operators, each branch has a 3-thought off as a sequence of events. Example, move right, rotate, scale, and finally draw. Each operator is applied in the current local coordinate. The order matters. If the world is mirrored first, a rotation to the left may appear as a rotation towards the right. Always follow the step. What's the call to action? Recreate the challenge using the given operation. Okay, we have to find an example where we stack a lot of operators, and then the transform order matters to create a complex animation. Transform order, I would say. And this we probably should also transform order. Duplicate. We go in here. Then we already have our tool steps here that are now completely wrong. So we take the new tool steps, transform order, transform to there, and paste them in here. So this I also fixed in a new version. That's not scaled there. So I think this example is stupid. Let's build a completely new example. So let's have maybe we do something like I thought about maybe we can have a layer 2D that is
Everybody fell asleep.
yeah, I'm sorry. Is this too boring? Okay. Should I do something else? Maybe. But yeah.
It's a bit. I might head off actually.
Yeah.
This is super interesting. Like I haven't like looked at these things, but it's good to see how you would make one, because that if one of us ends up making something quite weird or something, I think it's like an amazing set of features, like the Markdown thing. Like, yeah, it's really cool.
I mean I think I'm not really sure like how to I thought about that maybe we can have something like a hackathon or so.
Ooh.
One day, and like where basically, so with this thing, I already wrote maybe like 20 or 30 or 40 levels for like these different things. So that basically guide you through like the critical TiXL stuff, you know, like variables and like execution orders and like switches and so on. So, and building them is, you know, maybe you can just hang out like for online or so for like a Sunday afternoon, and then basically everybody grabs like one level and then tries to build it, and then we build it together and share our screens, and then every time there's a question I can help or so, and then we can stick it all together, and then once we did this, I think you might be empowered to create new tutorials for stuff that I didn't write a script for. Like
I'm pretty free at the moment. I have some time off, so I'm also going to be maybe about in the day, so I can. Oh, I would like to do a bit more TiXL now that I have a bit more time off. So yeah,
sounds
good.
Super cool. I mean so I think I will be much more relaxed after next Sunday, because then we had our show, and my microscope thing works or didn't work, and then I think
you can use it for the show.
The microscope. Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I can show you something. I think. Okay, I think this went a little bit overboard, but Wait a second, I can bring this over here. So
So you're going to use TiXL to control the focus? Is that what this is?
yeah. So like what I want to do is so like ignore these it's only like these guys here. But the idea is that I already have the stage here, and this is my ESP32, and the ESP32 sends like the LED signals there, but it has a bunch of 3 I/O pins, and it can use these converter boards to drive these motors. The blue thing here, like these guys are the motors, and then these are the knobs of the microscope. Basically, this is this table up down. This is link left,
XYZ.
and this is XYZ. And
Oh
then
my God.
I can fly through my microscope space with a space mouse. So this is the idea. I have no clue what's going to happen. And supposedly right now this thing is being 3D printed. I don't know. Let's see. But I think I like doing like having smooth table movements is like kind of painful, and like because you only have like 2 hands, but there's like 3 knobs here. But of course, with a space mouse, you have like 3-axis control, and then you can even use tilt to increase the
Nice.
the how do you say this, the time, the exposure time. Yeah, so this is basically.
This is such a cool idea. I love it.
Yeah.
Have you tried it with like a loud sound system? What if like there's bass?
Oh
and it vibrates the thing.
Yeah.
It's
gonna be super sensitive, right?
Yeah, it depends on the resolution. So I'm going to learn so much. So this will be the first live set. Like the first problem will actually be to see the like the glass slides. So like because it's like going to be dark, like might probably be like super annoying. But yeah, like some of the lighting, like I think like this, like this is a bee, and it just looks, it looks like the like.
I thought that was someone's eye, like.
Yeah, I don't. I just don't. Like it's a bee basically, and I think this is like the. This is also a bee, but it's the end of like its leg or something. I think it's like you get the crazy visuals. Yeah. So, but let's see. I'm kind of curious how this goes.
Before starting the show, you need to catch a bee.
No, I have a very I have an extensive collection. While on vacation, I was staring at the floor and collecting all kinds of things that was lying around.
Nice.
I think.
Are you also controlling the lighting from TiXL?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
It's and it's like this thing here. So there's this I think it's like 69 LEDs, and supposedly it's good LEDs, but it's still flickering. So, but yeah, good enough.
Could be cool to have like daytime sky simulation and have it like lit up by sun that's going around.
Like, yeah, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, it's like the colors are like, you know, this is basically like just color cycling, like a gradient on the LEDs, and yeah, sometimes it's just, I don't know, like this is the kind of visuals I really like. You know, I like when it's basically
awesome.
You don't really know what's going on, but you think there must be something there. Yeah. And this is,
I want to do the same thing. I'm so like excited by this project. It's just so cool.
Yeah, I can open source it then if you're interested.
That actually reminds me. I did want to ask about Art-Net and DMX stuff. Like, I know, I think that there's some stuff in the tutorials in the learning path thing. I think I saw something. I'm not sure.
In the learning path, I'm not sure if we will have Art-Net in there. I think there's a how to use I/O or how to do I/O. They Barney did a bunch of examples there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because basically I might be working on a gig where they said we can have lasers or something and or DMX lights, and I've never really worked with those things before, but I thought it could be a fun thing to try and use TiXL with, like, but I'm kind of out of my depth. And I'm sure I'm gonna try and learn up a bit on it, but I wasn't sure, like, the main thing that put me off was there's Art-Net and DMX, and you need like an adapter.
It's like it's kind of annoying. So have you seen the thing I wrote on the wiki? Let me quickly show this to you. TiXL. And this over. So I think working with the light setup, I think there are huge gains to, like, this can be made much better with TiXL. So this is more proof of concept, but I think Barney is working on this. So I wrote a little bit of documentation in here, how I set it up. And so the actually on the proper thing now. And I think the main thing is that you have these points to Art-Net lights, and then you have this you send it via Art-Net. And I personally use I thought I also showed this device I bought for converting this thing, but I'm not a huge fan of DMX. I think I use this. And it's pricey. But
what is it? Like, what does this thing do exactly? Like,
so the problem is that like, once again, like, this is all me, like, talking about things that I have no clue about, but so you, like, there is can I actually rotate? Like, it would be nice to. So DMX or all the light controls is like a super robust networking thing. And super robust means, like, it needs to work in the rain. It needs to be work with like cables, like thousands of cables on top of each other, and like curled into like spirals and like all kinds of things. Like, it needs to be super robust because like it's stage stuff and stage is rough. And so the way they do it is they have like this protocol where they have these 3 wires, and then every stage light has an in and an out. So you hook, you take a light, you connect it in, and then you basically connect the out to what the next in chain it. And basically, and with every light, you have basically a small LED, and you say, like, you are in this universe And then each of these is like
a little video about that.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you
Okay.
off there. So,
Yeah. And what this thing does, it basically is a means to convert meaningful data into the stupid old school data. This is what this thing does. And the meaningful data that's coming in is coming over Ethernet or USB, but normally Ethernet. And
so you would send your Art-Net signal over Ethernet to this box, and then the box converts it to DMX.
Yeah, the box has it might even have wireless, but I think most of the time you would use Ethernet. It has an IP address that you configure with, like, this is the main idea of this thing, that you set it in Ethernet, an IP address, normally fixed, and then you just start pushing information via UDP to this IP address.
Okay.
With this Art-Net format, and the Art-Net format specified what's the package size for which is the universe, and what's the kind of lamp signals and so on.
This is insanely helpful because I was trying to, I get like the general idea. I watched a couple of videos, like I get general idea of DMX, general idea of Art-Net, but then I was like, what actual device do you actually need to get? Like,
don't. Honestly, I would say don't buy this.
Okay.
A lot of people think it's working great, but I literally spent several days, like literally full days, trying to figure out why it's not working with Windows or with like whatever, like configuration system and so on. So yes, you might save $100, but it's you need to install drivers and stuff to send it to.
But this doesn't even use Art-Net, right?
No, this is DirectX. Not DirectX. This is direct DMX. And there's a series.
Doesn't have DMX, right? TiXL does Art-Net.
You would basically, as far as I understand, there's a controller in here, and this controller you can talk to via maybe serial port, and TiXL can do this also.
Oh.
So TiXL can do both. But the problem is that like back when I tried this, I was like, it's working. Oh, it's no longer working. And then I basically literally had to restart a Windows machine to get it to working again. So it was like super unstable. And I might have been a driver issue, might have been whatever, like a USB cable I never figured out. And like this other thing was working out of the box. So turned on, works.
Awesome.
And just super, it's really, it's quite hypnotic to see your stuff suddenly, you do something in TiXL and like the light turns on, or like a moving head spins and so on.
So the test you did with the moving heads, I guess you had access to a space where people were like, you can play with moving heads.
So like a friend of mine, like he's also into lights. Normally he's using Grandma for doing this kind of thing. And he had like a set of moving heads, and then we will, let's try this.
That's awesome.
And
someone was saying I could use like an emulator, but I
think it's much cooler with the real things. It's really, and it's not super difficult, like you will need to set up, you will need to understand what's actually
the specifications.
The specifications for lamps, but the lamps are not super complicated, to be honest. So I think that, and this is Barney did all the hard work. So if you okay, maybe not with this, but here in our test editor, so there's already like the Art-Net here. I think points to this. So this is the operator that basically Barney wrote. And you give it a bunch of points, line points. And this is like the smart thing he came up with. So a point, like you can visualize point. You know, it has already position and orientation, and it has a color and so on. So if we randomize these position, fail to compile randomized points, unexpected load constant. Oh, this is the thing that
you're on a old.
yeah, I'm on an old branch. Yeah, but maybe we can use randomized points. Not random points. Noise. White noise. So and maybe we have less points. So basically, no, you could imagine that these are a bunch of lights with these colors going from this is the colors. Then this thing would basically say, okay, I'm taking these points, and then I'm using I'm taking the position, and the position is like the first thing, and then you would basically go in here. The rotation is like the third, and like, and this is basically where you just need to read the specification. Normally, the specification is super simple. They will tell you, okay, the first 3 things are the rotation, the second 3 things are the light, and the second 3 things are like whether or not the strobo is working. And you enter all these kind of things, and then you get basically like the thing back here. And this is basically all you need. This is yeah. Basically, I think I wonder if
That's so interesting. Yeah, at the studio I'm co-renting here, we have some super basic lights that are just like they just change color and brightness, and I think that'd be a good test subject that I have access to.
Yeah, I think then this would be super straightforward. You know, you can basically say, okay, this is basically I think the idea is that you change the fixture size. Let's say this fixture has, just imagine, 11 channels. Then you can take this grid layout here for this float list and see, okay, then you say, okay, now where does the color goes? And then you can say the color goes to channel 3, 4, and 5.
Wow.
And then you can, there you are. So here are the color channels basically. And this is all you need to, and then everything else you can do, like, simple point attributes, I guess. Linear sub. And maybe take like gradient or linear gradient, maybe.
You're kind of defining a little section of a universe with the points to DMX lights.
Yeah. And this basically you decide, basically what you decide is like what's the size of each lamp and how many are there. So, and then you have there's a merge, and then you can say, okay, like this goes to position, this goes here, this goes
like the lights themselves are dumb. Like they don't know. You have to tell the light what its increment in the universe is.
Yeah. Every light has like a super small, like it's like your kitchen timer, like 2 buttons, and you say, okay, you are position 220, and that's all you do. And then sometimes you can change the modes, and then of course you have like these moving heads with
I guess it increments by a value of how many parameters it has. It wouldn't. Oh no, because you might. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
You have to know how many slots it takes up.
I mean the light. The only thing the light gets is this position. I'm starting here.
Yeah.
And if you send stupid things there, it will do stupid things. So,
Yeah.
and then the annoying part is basically to build this together with like this thing and this thing. But I was actually surprised how quick this was. So like setting up like these 4 moving heads was maybe 10 minutes.
Wow.
But then setting up the rotation, this was very, very, very complicated. Because the rotation was, there was like just super annoying because the moving tilt, like there's 2 angles and then the rotation order matters and like this, like to precisely align it. Okay, the idea would eventually be, okay, you have something and then this you should point, the gimbal should point there, like precisely there. So you can have these what was this, orient points also, orient points. You should point there. And maybe we can actually.
And I guess the lights are like locked along one axis, so they can't they don't have like pitch or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they're like the moving heads. They have both. They can reach both, but they can't. Some of them can't go down or up.
Yeah.
It depends on where you're mounting, and they do some very interesting things. If you swivel it around, they sometimes have like they fight a little bit.
Okay.
Flipping around because they can't go. They are not endless spinning. So if you turn them in circles, then eventually they have to find a way to move back and then find a spot again. But it's pretty. I think the things they are. I'm actually surprised, but AliExpress.com.
Oh my god, I'm so gonna get.
It's
gonna really tempt me to.
I was very, 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 very shocked how price how cheap they are. Moving head, because it's for small disco stuff. It's like this is completely this is ridiculous.
What?
Yep. Yep, and this is the real deal. So like this, like the smaller display and so on. So like and this is basically, I think this is the one he has, $50.
No way.
Yes, and they will make like a small spot on the ceiling, and they will be precise enough. If you arrange them for a line, they will all match the same, let's say, dish size spot on the ceiling. So this is the roughly precision. So I mean, it's not super crazy because it only has like 255 steps for like the half circle or so. So it's not laser precision, but it's good enough to have very interesting effects. And this is definitely like if you get this at this DMX thing, this will get you started. The Art-Net thing, this will be the more complicated thing. Yeah, and basically, you see, they are actually
so many different thingies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe this might be something that's interesting here. But I'm not sure. There seems to be like some weird discount. It can't be. This is so cheap.
Oh,
But yeah.
AliExpress is a bit scary. Like, you don't know.
Yeah, I got less scared, I have to say. Bought a bunch of things. And it says from like a crappy company, it's just as crappy as Amazon, you know, like it's just evil corporation. And so far everything I ordered came and was what it said it would be. I didn't order huge things, so I didn't order maybe I ordered for like $150 or so far. Mostly smaller parts, but I have to say I'm pretty impressed so far.
Nice.
So.
Cool.
Okay, well,
yeah,
this was a
thanks
nice.
for that. That's like a really awesome like overview. I feel quite empowered now to try some stuff. I'm thinking I'm gonna get that device probably.
Yeah.
Like...
Let me know how it goes. I think actually, I think this might actually be. I probably would buy this thing here.
Maybe I'll do some research. Like
I don't know why it's like so super cheap.
Buy something, but I'll look around and yeah.
Yeah, this looks pretty close to what Felix bought. But yeah, okay. I would say what's the time? Oh, it's late. It's late. This was like quite a session here. So I think I will finish this level here. No, I think I will not finish this level. I think this was a little bit over ambitious, but I will merge these other levels and probably replace my SkillQuest project here.
Nice.
And then I will also call it a day.
I really gotta go now, but I really appreciate all the help and all the amazing work you've been putting in and everyone's help and everything. I've been like away for a bit, but I'm hoping to mess around with it more now that I've got some time off. And yeah.
Sure. Thanks for having you.
Yeah, it was awesome. And good luck with the gig this next weekend.
Yeah, I hope.
I'm
like
really excited to see.
We plan to record a little bit and do capture and so on. So let's see how this goes.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. So I think I will quickly commit this and then also stop the recording.
You need to clean the. You have some stuff on the screen still.
I have some stuff on the screen.
Yeah, you were making some points with.
Oh yeah, but this is so just to be clear. So this thing, this edit SkillQuest thing, this is so we have two things here. We have my project, and this thing is this thing. So it's in my project, and it's not part of the main repository. And these guys, maybe I have to.
But it's outside. It's
yeah.
Only save those guys.
Yeah. This is just a container to mess around stuff.
Yeah.
And but these guys they go to skills. And then if you go here, actually it would be interesting to it would be nice to open this as a wrapping container. But this thing goes to operators. Don't need to play here. And this is this project. And this project here, this is we are in render. moving things, and here are these this is things we just created, and the transform order I will probably not commit. And now when I switch back to fork, I should see two changes. Like one change would be for my SkillQuest project, the variations move to the meta folder, and I get some thumbnails. So this was this migration I talked earlier, that we moved this. And then I created a bunch of new operators. I think I only created instancing. Instancing was the only operator we created. And the transform order was the one we were working on. And everything else can go away. And here we just say add skill, add actually we can Azure instancing, maybe with our square bracket notation here. So we commit this, and we can push this. Oh no, we can't push it. Or we could push it because it's in this branch, but it's only a local branch, so maybe we don't even need this. And yeah, I think it should be a local branch because I'm the only one working on this. And I would have expected that if I go to my actual editor here, then I see this branch. And here I'm still on main. And on main we didn't do anything but sorting the position of some variations. We don't need this. And then I can take this and merge it into, or cherry pick. I guess it's cherry pick. Cherry pick will cause conflicts. Why? Let's see. I don't believe this. It says it created a conflict. Why? What's the conflict? Resolve. Because there's variations, so we don't need. I think I want to keep them in main. Oh, in main they are deleted, which is correct. No, this is not correct. They go to the SkillQuest thing. No, actually, this is interesting. Can I have both? No. Okay, then they go away. Oh. Okay, and then the thing we applied is we added a new variation for the solution. We added a small little thumbnail, which is kind of useful. Kind of annoying with this swipe step, but doesn't matter. And then we just commit this. And here is your pull request from earlier. So I think we should just pull this. And then we can push this guy there. And another thing I should probably do is in my work tree, I should probably, this is still running, so probably close this. I should probably rebase this onto main. Rebase SkillQuest to here. If this is working. Then I have the new, all the new features. Yes. Okay, nice. And yeah, this is just a local thing, which will be fine having this here. Actually, what's up with all these test projects here? Really don't know. I think I don't want to sort this out right now. Too much going on. Yeah, this was great fun. Thanks everybody for joining. I hope we see each other in 2 weeks. And yeah, test. Do the guided feature tests. This really helps a lot.
Yeah, please report.
Report. Bye. See you.
See you. Thank you.